How are we doing? I got a text from somebody that said they could see at least the city manager.
George, I got you on my phone, live streaming.
Well, there I am at least, huh?
It
That's
seems to be coming through.
Yeah. Yeah, it says live on top, so let's see if that means it's working. Emily, are we good to go? Are we live normally? Is it working?
I'm not seeing it on the YouTube right now. I am now seeing it on the website, however.
Okay, Emily says it's live. They just have to rename it in the file, so it should be working here in a second. Yep. It's live, just not connected to iCompass. Okay, so Emily, are we set to begin?
I'm just waiting on Emily to tell me that we're good.
Aaron Ort asked for just one more second so that we can make sure that we get it to the right spot.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yep.
This is making me appreciate how smoothly these usually run.
Yeah.
It's true that.
Yeah, I'm realizing there's probably a lot of paddling underneath the surface that I wasn't aware of. So I guess
You always feel bad for the folks that are trying to get it going right now when things aren't working. But hopefully it'll be on in a second.
Okay, we are now live, everybody.
Excellent.
Thank you very much, Emily. Thanks to those that were in the attendees for waiting with us. For those that are watching now live, I just actually posted on social media about this, but I'm going to give a little bit of extra time for folks to call in from communications of the audience. It looks like we've got a good amount of attendees here already, so that should give some ample time. But thanks for bearing with us. We just had some issues with the live stream. It wasn't going on, but we didn't want to start the meeting until obviously folks in the public could watch. So that is where we are at, and we will begin now. So thank you all for coming to our regular city council meeting this August 11th at 7 p.m. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Babcock.
Present.
Councilmember Bacon.
Present.
Councilmember Watson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregg.
here.
Mayor Stevens.
Here. Thank you very much. Our next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Is there a motion on that?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Babcock, motion by Councilmember Bacon. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Hi.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Wonderful. Our agenda is approved. Next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from our regular city council special meeting on August 1st of 2020. Do I have a motion on that?
I'll move that.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregg has moved. Is there a second?
Second.
That was seconded by Councilmember Babcock. I believe I heard first. Are there any additions, changes to those minutes? Okay, I have one change to those minutes, something that I think has been on a couple of meetings now, but it listed me and Jesse both as the mayor pro tem in a few different items. And so I wanted to make sure that if you'll take it as a friendly amendment, Mayor Pro Tem Gregg, that those minutes be approved with a change from Mayor Pro Tem Stevens to Mayor Stevens, if that's all right.
I will accept that friendly amendment.
The seconder, Councilmember Babcock, do you accept that friendly amendment?
I do. Thank you.
No problem. All right, thank you very much. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Dana, one more time, sorry. Your audio is not coming through as much. I just want to make sure. Was that a vote in the affirmative?
Aye.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. All right, that passes. Or anybody, any opposed? Okay, seeing none, that passes unanimously. We are now on to communications, part of the agenda where I talk about written communications. So all written communications received by a counselor posted on the online agenda packet. I asked this last time, but I think it's good information. What is the cutoff time for written communications to be put on that agenda? So if they send us an email.
4 o'clock on the day, but Emily, is that something different than 4 o'clock the day of?
Nope, it was done at 4 o'clock today, after 4 o'clock today.
Great. So that means that we add everything that was sent to the full city council email up until 4 o'clock today. So if you send something after, we might not have gotten it on the agenda then. But if you don't see something on the agenda that you'd like to be on the agenda, then just let us know or let me know, and I'll make sure that it got put on there that you sent to us. Our next item on the agenda is communications from the audience. I'm gonna start off by doing something that I've done in the past couple of meetings, where I'm gonna actually read the call-in information to get onto the meeting. If you'd like to get into the meeting, there is a phone call-in number, and then there's a meeting ID that you have to enter. I will read the phone call-in number first, and then I will read the meeting ID after. So the call-in number to give public comment to us here on this meeting is 312-626-6799. Again, that call-in information is 312-626-6799. The meeting ID is 816-7162-7816. Again, the meeting ID 816-7162-7816. I'm going to say that again when we're done with the folks that we have here, but I didn't want to put that out there because I know we did have some issues with live stream. So folks want to call in, that's how you call in. Emily, will you please let in the first caller? I will also mention that we set a time limit for public comment for Zoom meetings at 5 minutes. There will be a timer up on the screen, and Emily, our wonderful council secretary, will let us know when you have 30 seconds left. That's going to be applied to everybody. So thank you.
Okay, so the first caller is the caller with the phone number ending in 587. You are now permitted to address council.
I believe that would be us. Is that correct?
We can hear you.
Fifth Third Bank. Great. I believe Justin was going to, so I see the business agenda is 6.1, and Justin was going to say a few things before we got started.
Yep, they're on the call for the P card, so that's Fifth Third Bank, and they'll be on the agenda later. So thank you for being on.
All right, thanks for that. I'll remember that. I'm making it up. All right, Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller?
Yep, caller with the phone number ending in 286. You are now permitted to address council.
Hi, Michael Yasse, representing RJB Enterprises at 1950 Merritt. We are agenda item 5.3. Thank you.
Great, thanks. And for those that are listening right now, we do have several public hearings on the agenda where we will be going through the list again, seeing if folks want to comment on the specific item that is on there. I'm specifically referring to items 5.1 through 5.5. If you don't want to make a public comment now, you want to make a public comment about an item later, you will get an opportunity to do that. We will be calling on numbers in the exact same way that we're doing right now. But if you don't want to make a public comment at all on either of those, you can just say pass. Emily, the next caller.
Okay. Caller with the phone number ending in 753. You are now permitted to address council.
Hi, how are y'all doing?
Great, thanks.
I'm Ed Rushton. First, I'll start by saying that very happy to welcome Councilmember Watson and Councilmember Bacon to these meetings. I'm I'm really excited for what the future holds for this body. I feel very confident about that. So today, I'm just going to keep it simple. Officer Andrew Stevenson, his case, I suppose, or whatever you want to call it, was assigned to a special prosecutor about a month and a half ago, and Ingham County started looking at him, I believe, on June 6th of this year. And I understand, tonight most of the issues are going to be about upcoming economic issues, and I certainly think that's very important. I don't want the message here to be that those shouldn't be a priority. I completely understand that. The city definitely has got some economic hits coming up. They're going to be pretty unavoidable given the situation. But I just wanted to see if anybody had information on any kind of updates in terms of Officer Stevenson's legal status, whether or not he's been charged or what he's been charged with. And I was wondering if anybody could shed some light on that, or is it still kind of up in the air as it has been for the past couple months? That's the only question I have.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
George, do we have an answer? I don't have an answer for that.
Yeah, it's actually been assigned out to a prosecutor's office. I believe it was Jackson County, but we have not had a word about that yet. It was assigned out to another prosecutor's office.
Okay. Sure. I think it's no longer in Jackson. It was originally Jarzinka from Jackson County, and now it's somebody in Washington, I believe.
Yep, that's correct.
Just if and even if it's still nothing, obviously this is not something that the council can handle itself with due process. I understand that. I was just hoping that by the next time this council convenes, if we could just get some kind of information on where that case is at in terms of if any charges have been filed or if charges are going to be filed at all. It's really the only thing I wanted to express is that it's been about 2 months now, and students will be coming back to campus pretty soon. I've had a lot reach out to me about organizing efforts, something to show solidarity with the justice movement or the George Floyd movement or the Black Lives Matter movement, whatever you want to call it. But they're asking, I'm getting a lot of questions about Officer Stevenson's legal status, and I really don't have much of an answer to give them. So I was hoping I could get something just by the next time this council convenes to pass along to them. So I really appreciate it, and I look forward to hearing more from this council. Very excited.
Thanks for that. George, do you have something else?
No, I was going to say I heard from our captain that we heard nothing yet, which is just what I said before. So that was the official answer. We heard nothing yet.
Okay, thank you for that. Emily, you mind letting in the next caller? Thanks for calling in, Ed.
Okay. The next caller will be the phone number ending in 179. You are now permitted to address council.
Okay, I heard a little bit muffled, but they wanted to talk about item 5.
Am I speaking now? Hello?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. There's a delay with I'm watching it on one phone and calling with another because my phones won't quite work in real time. This is Nicole Biber. I would just like to say I'm elated by the appointments of Dana Watson and Ron Bacon. When the decision was made 2 Saturdays ago, I sort of commented that anyone who does not think this is a proud and special day for East Lansing pretty much, I think, needs to check themselves. This is our time, I think, to even look beyond inclusion and further commit to leadership that represents the needs and interests of those who've been marginalized and disenfranchised. I see Dana's focus on health and Ron's focus on uplifting youth, particularly teens. To me, that's proof that hope can overcome, I think, despair. Now, this is what it looks like when people say, I don't know that my concerns and the needs of my community are being represented, so I'm going to step up and make sure they are.
And to see that now in our city council, 2 people who've done that of their own accord is wonderful. As my past few comments have made clear, to my understanding, the disparities that undermine the health and livelihoods, particularly of Black, Indigenous, and people of color, as well as all poor communities, I think they're rooted in the desecration of our land and waters for the sake of profits that further require the exploitation of people. Now, the notion of being an ally, it's who you align with, but also what principles are providing the baseline for our decision making. And to restore hope and health to those who, as Reverend Dr. William Barber of the Poor People's Campaign says, have been excluded and exploited. That's, I think, the baseline principles that we have the chance to work from. So this long overdue national reckoning with racial injustice cannot be separated from the economic and ecological injustices. And I think our best chance is at the local level. I'm feeling optimistic and empowered that this makeup of the East Lansing City Council really gives us a real chance to redefine what we're aligning with and to have positive principles of community resiliency. So I thank you all, and I appreciate the chance for public comment. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you so much. And I'll just take a moment to respond very briefly. I am also elated at the appointment of our 2 new council members. We're going to talk about that a little bit in my comments, but I agree. I think this is a good day for East Lansing, being this our first meeting with them on. So welcome to the team, and proud to get started. Thanks, Nicole, for coming on. Emily, can you get the next?
Thank you.
Okay, the next caller will be the phone number ending in 291. You are now permitted to address council.
Thank you. Mayor Stevens and members of the East Lansing City Council, my name is Nell Kunminch. I live at 812 Applegate Lane in East Lansing. Congratulations to the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Member Babcock on the timely selection of 2 new council members in a very thoughtful process. And welcome to Council Members Watson and Bacon. I appreciate the hard work all of you are doing in and for our community, made even more challenging in the recent historical developments in our community, our state, our country, and indeed in our world. This evening, you are considering Agenda Item 6.5 in reference to some proposed modifications to the East Lansing Ordinance Number 1491, specifically to amend or delete a number of disorderly conduct provisions. I am asking that you delay any formal action on this item until such time as the Human Relations Commission and members of the public have the opportunity to provide you with recommendations for further consideration. At the regular council meeting of March 9, 2020, there was discussion about reviewing East Lansing ordinances to address concerns about police discretion that might lead to questionable arrests and or interactions with the public. At that time, then Councilmember Meadows assured both Kath Edsel, a member of our community, and Councilmember Gregg that he would include both of them in any discussion about proposed changes, which he proposed to undertake. It was not until Meadows had resigned that I learned he had done some work, and so had the entire council, on the Disturbing the Peace ordinance. I subsequently learned and watched the discussion on the Disturbing the Peace ordinance that took place at the regular meeting of the council on June 6th. The then 5 members of the council gave some careful thought to the changes included in item 615, although this proposal was not actually drafted until at least some period of time after that June 6th meeting. These suggested modifications provide a very, very good starting point. My suggestions, which are included in the agenda packet, are my effort to ask you to further limit the discretion of the police where that would be helpful in community police relations. I do not have time to explain my suggestions, so I would ask each of you to do so and to contact me with any questions At this time, I am asking that you delay consideration of these proposed changes, at least until the Human Relations Commission can review them and make their recommendations addressing this ordinance. My reasons for requesting the delay are three. First, the Human Relations Commission has not had any opportunity to review this proposal, and in fact has asked for the courtesy to consider and comment on this proposal before any final action is taken. I assume you will be hearing from them later. I think that body deserves such an opportunity. Else, why do we have a Human Relations Commission, which as a body has been thoughtfully dealing with the issue of police-community relations for some time now? In addition, as an advisory body to the council, the HRC can also play a continuing valuable role by reviewing and making recommendations for changes to other ordinances, such as traffic enforcement efforts. Secondly, while Mayor Stevens, for whom I have a great deal of respect, as liaison to the HRC, assured the members of that body at their August 5 meeting that the council would be open to considering and possibly adopting further proposed modifications to this ordinance that would come from the HRC in the future. This leaves the police chief in what I consider an awkward and somewhat untenable management position. Changes to this ordinance tonight would require retraining of East Lansing police officers, and it would be challenging at best to then have further changes adopted within a relatively short period of time, requiring further and potentially conflicting retraining. Third, it does not seem fair to me to ask two brand new members of council to vote on these significant changes to this ordinance without providing them time to read and carefully consider both what is being proposed and what the HRC and members of the public might have to offer for further consideration. Council members Bacon and Watson each bring their individual experience, their individual lens to this proposal. The city and its citizens will benefit from the careful time and attention of each of them from their professional and personal perspectives.
Thank you, Nell.
Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Nell. I appreciate that. And Emily, I'm sorry, I didn't actually hear the 30-second warning. I don't know if there was a mic issue at some point, but yeah. Thank you, Nell, for your
Thanks. I didn't either, so thank you.
No. That's honestly, that's why I let you finish, because I didn't hear that warning myself. Does any council member want to respond to that or have questions before I move on to the next person?
I just wanted to say thanks for your thoughtful consideration. Now, I did look at your suggested edits, and I think that they're, for the most part, very well considered. So thank you for taking the time, and thank you for sending them on to us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And in the future, so just for other council members' knowledge, I can't actually see everybody on my screen right now. So if you do want to make a comment, I'm going to try and just give that opportunity after. You can just chime in. Just because I can't see them on my agenda. Thank you. Emily, would you mind letting in the next person?
Yes, and I apologize for the mic issue.
No.
So the next caller will be the phone number ending in 328. You are now permitted to address council.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Joe Neller. I'm with Green Peak Innovations. We are on the agenda as item 5.2 this evening.
Alrighty, thank you very much. I made a note of that. And again, public hearings, we will be asking everybody if they do want to comment. Thank you for that. Emily, next caller, please.
Okay, the next caller will be the phone number ending in 274. You are now permitted to address council.
Pass.
Okay.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, the next caller will be the phone number ending in 369. You are now permitted to address council.
Nancy Sadell, representing Delta Gamma chapter of Kappa Kappa Gamma.
Okay, understood. We do have your item on there for consideration, I believe, on our public hearings. So we will be calling you on them. Thanks.
Okay, the next caller will be the phone number ending in 552. You are now permitted to address council.
Good evening. This is Kath Edsel, 1026 Daisy Lane. Hello, everyone. And Ms. Watson and Mr. Bacon, I'm thrilled to have you both join the City Council. I spoke before council in February, March regarding the need for the city to look at our disturbing the peace or disorderly conduct ordinances. At that point, Councilmember Meadows at the meeting promised to reach out and work with the public on this. Unfortunately, I never heard back from him. I've looked over the ordinance as edited that is headed to a vote later this evening, and I still have some concerns. Nell, much more eloquently than I could, addressed some of that in her call just a few minutes ago, so I'm not going to go through and repeat everything she said. But Nell and I did work on those edits together. She's the wordsmith person and the lawyer. I'm the idea person. Not completely, I'm joking there. But we have had several conversations about it, and my concerns of what still stands is there's still too much room for discretion. When you have words like immoral, indecent, obscene, loitering, these are still problematic. Those are up to the discretion of the person to determine what those mean. The other piece to the policy is there's a lot of redundancy, and I feel like this is an opportunity for the council to clean that up, and that's what the edits that primarily Nell worked on with my input attempted to do. When we have nudity in one area and then nude swimming in another area and so on, what is it? To me, you start with what is it we are trying to accomplish here? We want to stop, we want fighting to end. We want public nudity to end, but there has to be a clause for the exception of breastfeeding that needs to be added in because that's not there. We want, clearly there was councils in the past that were attempting to address the issues we have with large burnings after a basketball or football win or loss. So these things seem to be what we're trying to address, but we need to do it in a way that doesn't leave a whole lot of room for discretion that then allows police to over-police a certain population and not something we are attempting to, behavior we're attempting to eliminate, where it's not the behavior, it ends up being populations of individuals. So you could wordsmith it tonight, I'm sure, at the table and look at all of those and look at the edits that Nell had brought forward. Or what I agree with her on is that this, for transparency and all of those other things, I feel it should be tabled. Let the Human Rights Commission look at it and bring it back in a final format that you only vote for at one point in time. So those are my comments regarding the disturbing the peace. You're doing some awesome work. I looked down the agenda, the voting rights resolution, the John Lewis resolution. I mean, so much there, and I'm so excited with the appointees to the council. I'm really, really excited to be a resident of East Lansing, and I thank you all for your time very much.
Thank you, Kath. I'll take a minute to respond, and I'll give council members the opportunity too. So we obviously have the item on our agenda today, so I could say this then. As probably most of the people that reached out to me know, my perspective is that we made a lot of good changes here, and I wanted to move forward with the ordinance, or at least a vote on that tonight. And for a lot of reasons. I mean, I think it cleans up a lot of things, and I for me especially, having some of that discretion that was in the ordinance before, my perspective was, in East Lansing, right, you can still get, arrested for the things that are listed right there. And I thought that it was pertinent that we make sure that we've got, a new part in place. But, after hearing, I say from a lot of people in the public on it, I'm willing to delay. And I think I probably was the holdout on that too. So if that's the conversation council wants to have later, I'm more than okay with it. I will say the one point that you made very specifically in your comments, and actually Nell made to me at some point was breastfeeding in public. And I thought that was really apt. And I was, either way, I was going to ask our city attorney today when we had the discussion on whether or not we could put, somewhat of an exception in there for breastfeeding. But I really do think that is a really good point. So if it requires going back, then I'm okay with it. I want to do it right. But I definitely, I want to see action on this. I want this to be a council of change. So appreciate your comment.
I agree. Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah. Does any other council member wanted to respond?
Yeah, Kath, I tried to call you earlier today, but I know I left it until the last minute. But anyway, I am looking forward to talking to you more about this. I think there's a state law that protects breastfeeding. I'm not arguing that we shouldn't, put a protection for it in our own things, but I'm pretty sure that there's a fairly firm state statute that protects that. So I think regardless of how ours is stated, I'm pretty sure that would be protected, but obviously we would want to make sure of that.
Thanks. Any other council members? Great. All right. Let in the next caller, please, Emily. Thank you. Thanks, Kath.
Thank
you. Caller with the phone number ending in 534, you are now permitted to address council.
Hi, this is Ann Hill at 685 Buteo. I'd like to comment tonight on the site plan and special use permit applications coming before City Council for recreational marijuana retail facilities. I'm opposed to giving approval at this point in time. In November of 2017, I came before City Council requesting that East Lansing not allow medical marijuana grow, processing, testing, or transportation activities within the city limits. I provided to the city clerk's office a petition signed by over 125 residents of the Hawk Nest, Eagle Eye, and Villas of Stratford neighborhoods, stating that they felt that those activities were inappropriate for the residential community of East Lansing. City council members at that time, however, approved these activities for Office Industrial Park or OIP zone properties, of which there were only 3 within the city limits. Our opposition is shared by the owner of one of those OIP properties, as within the last month or 2 came before City Council requesting a rezoning of his OIP property, along with a stipulation that no marijuana activities be conducted on these parcels going forward into perpetuity. During their testimonies, the owners shared the support that they had received from other businesses in the area for the rezoning and prohibition of marijuana activities on these parcels. I'm grateful to the owners for making the request, as well as to the members of the City Council for your vote to approve his rezoning request. Some of the residents saw potential benefits from medical marijuana, so they did not want to restrict that option. However, in my discussions with them at that time, they were opposed to recreational marijuana retail in East Lansing. Medical marijuana retail sites approved for East Lansing are just getting started. The facility on Coolidge Road has not yet opened their doors. Therefore, we don't know if things will go as optimistically as some have stated. In their desire to turn a profit, they may wittingly or unwittingly frame expectations to have a minimal impact. It would be to their financial advantage for us to wholeheartedly accept their speculation and perhaps to our community's detriment. For example, factors that I believe we need to take into account before approving recreational retail sales of this product at this time include, we're still trying to deal with COVID-19. We do not know the impact of the incoming student population. We have seen that despite the lockdowns, the 6-foot social distancing mandates, and mandates to wear masks, the student population and others have violated them when it came to alcohol consumption and social gatherings. I have no reason to believe that we should expect any different behavior from potential consumers of recreational marijuana. Should council decide to approve these FUPs, it will be virtually impossible to rescind or retract them going forward. Therefore, I would like to propose a one-year moratorium on approving any site plans and or FUPs for recreational marijuana to allow us some time to hopefully get a better handle on some of these concerns, resulting in a better outcome for our community. This will also give us an opportunity to see how things go in other communities in Michigan that do approve recreational marijuana retail sales, specifically in the areas of crime, accidents, substance abuse, the impact to the police force, and the impact to hospital emergency rooms. There is no reason to rush this through, and I believe a more prudent course of action would be to put a pause on any recreational marijuana site plans and FUP requests until we've had an opportunity to obtain real experience and data. Again, I propose a one-year moratorium and a reevaluation at that point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Any other council members want to respond to that? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Ann, for coming in. Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller?
Okay, the next caller will be the phone number ending in 697. 697, you are now permitted to address council.
Yes, this is Lance Boldery on behalf of CAA Lansing. We're agenda item 5.5, and I'll defer comment till then. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller?
Okay, the next caller will be the phone number ending in 744. You are now permitted to address council.
This is David Pearson. I'm here this evening on behalf of Gateway of East Lansing for agenda item 5.4. So I'll wait until the public hearing then. Thank you.
Great, thanks. It's weird not hearing David Pearson at every meeting at this point. All right, Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller?
Okay, caller with the phone number ending in 758, you are now permitted to address council.
I wanted to speak on item 6.8. Is that okay, or do I need to wait?
That is a business item, so we're not going to be having a public hearing on that, so it would be probably apt if you spoke on it now.
Okay. This is Steve Roscos, 935 Longfellow Drive in Shaw Estates. I wanted to speak about 6.8, the emergency declaration requirement of masks. I'm a family physician and I teach at Michigan State. I guess, first of all, I want to thank everyone on the council for what you do, and I certainly believe that you have a difficult job, more difficult due to COVID-19, among other things. And I believe that your intentions are good, but I thought that declaring a state of emergency, that this wasn't really the time to do that. It seems like if we were going to have a state of emergency in East Lansing, March would have been a more sensible time to have the state of emergency. And if we look around, COVID is a real threat and a danger, and yet it is not as prevalent or as dangerous as was once thought, as they thought it was going to be back in March. Right now, there are about 1,500 total people in our county who have ever had COVID, at least a confirmed test, and there's about 5 or 6 people in the hospital at Sparrow Hospital right now with COVID. So it's hard to see that as a reason to declare an emergency. The second thing is about the masks downtown, which I think is a separate issue. I guess I would ask the council not to continue the emergency declaration, partly because I think the best way to make laws when there's not an emergency and there's time is to have a debate and a time of public comment and input and compromise among the city council. But the other issue is the masks downtown. It just seemed excessive to me to require masks downtown. I understand that there may be gatherings of people in close proximity, but even so, outdoor transmission of COVID is rare. I know the Harper's situation has made us all afraid of outdoor transmission. There was probably more going on outside Harper's than just standing in line. And certainly the COVID can be transmitted outdoors, but it is very rare to be transmitted outdoors. And requiring everyone in a public downtown area to wear a mask seemed an excessive restriction of their freedoms in comparison to the danger that COVID poses right now. And I'm concerned that it would not only restrict the freedom of those who want to just be downtown, but also may negatively impact the businesses there by decreasing the amount of foot traffic and people who are walking by and might become their customers. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Are there any council members that want to respond? Okay, we will be discussing this item. Unfortunately, it is our last item on the agenda, so you might be sticking with us for a little bit to hear that discussion. So I do apologize for your time on that, but we will be discussing that item as a full council when we get to it. So thanks for calling in and thanks for your thoughts. Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller?
Yep. Caller with the phone number ending in 858. You are now permitted to address council.
Hello, this is Karen Hurwitz-Honey calling in. Hope everyone's doing well tonight. Thanks for taking my call. I did send an email that I hope that you all got, and my initial intention was to read the email verbatim, but Nell and Kath really made the majority of my points, and I heard Mayor Stevens' willingness to table. I mean, I know it's not a done deal, but his willingness to consider tabling the ordinance until we as the HRC have a chance to discuss it. So I'm just going to sum it up really quickly and say that I'm the acting chair. I'm very sorry, I'm outside. I'm the acting chair of the Human Relations Commission right now. And at our meeting last week, we had intended to go over the ordinance and give our input and edits. And just because we did not have it in time to do our due diligence on it, we postponed it till our next HRC meeting, which is September 2nd. And I'm just asking respectfully, we voted unanimously to ask the city council to please postpone your vote on this ordinance until we have a chance to give our input. For all the reasons I outlined in my email, we've been deeply involved in police reform as a commission for the last year and a half. I know that 3 out of the 5 council members are now former HRC members, which is very exciting to me. And I think that we have a lot of insight and experience to offer this. And I also agree with both Nell and Kath that I believe that our 2 new council members, Bacon and Watson, congratulations, by the way, really deserve the time and the chance to give some of their input. They bring a wealth of experience, and I believe that they have a right to provide input as well as the public having more of a chance to provide input. So it sounds like this is something that you're willing to consider. And I just thank you for your open-mindedness about that. What I have read is excellent. I think you all put a lot of great time and work into it, and I cannot tell you how excited I am to live in a city where we have such a council that's willing to really take this seriously. And I'm really excited about the future of our council. If I didn't say already, congratulations to the new council members, Bacon and Watson, and I really, really look forward to working with you as an HRC commissioner. And I'm just reiterating our request that you please table this motion. Knowing you want to move on it, I completely respect that. We will be taking it up at our next meeting, and I just ask that you table your vote on this until the meeting immediately following that, so that our input and suggestions can be considered. And that's it. Thank you so much for considering my request and for all the great work that you do. And I really look forward to seeing what happens in the future. Have a great night, everybody.
Thanks, Karen. Does any council member want to respond?
This
All
is
right.
Dana.
Go ahead, Dana. Sorry.
For Karen. So Karen, did you guys meet last in August?
We met. Am I still on?
Yep.
Yes. Can you all still hear me?
Yep. You're good.
We met last Wednesday.
Okay, last Wednesday, and that was when you guys didn't have enough time to discuss it?
Right. We just had not had it for long enough and then didn't really have long enough in our agenda. One of the issues was we had not extended the closed caption long enough, and we really did not feel comfortable moving forward with a meeting once closed captioning had ended, because we wanted everybody that wanted to be able to participate and listen and see and hear. So that was part of the reason. And we have it as the main agenda item for our September 2nd meeting.
Okay, so what time did your meeting adjourn last week?
9 o'clock.
And then you feel pretty confident if you guys have one more time where it can be on your agenda that we can definitely get your opinions, etc., and that'll be enough time for you all?
Well, absolutely. And that's a great question, Dana. And for a couple of reasons, I feel that way. We will all have had this for a month and have a chance to really go through it and come to the meeting prepared with our comments and our feedback. We will also make sure that we allow enough time with the closed captioning, that we do not limit ourselves like we did last time. And so for those two reasons, I have absolute confidence that we will be able to do our due diligence and give a thorough look at it and have a great conversation about it at our next meeting. And that will also give the public a chance to call in, to email us, to email you with more feedback, kind of like Nell did. So.
All right, thanks for that.
Aaron, before you sign off, sorry, Aaron, I interrupted because I wasn't sure if you could still see people or not.
No, I can't, so that's okay.
Okay. Karen, I think, I believe Nell in her communication to the HRC sent the date for the meeting where we debated it at our meeting. And I feel like there would be some benefit to the HRC members watching that discussion, because there were some legal questions that were raised during that discussion. And so it might save you guys a little bit of time in answering some of the questions about why certain things got through and other things didn't. So just
I completely agree. This is Jesse speaking, right?
Yeah.
Jesse, I completely agree, and that's on my list of things to do. I had not had time to do that prior to the meeting last Wednesday, and so that's definitely something I plan on doing, is taking a look at that at the meeting where you all discussed it, so I can be very informed in preparation for the next meeting.
That would save you guys some time. So I think, great. I'm glad it's on your radar. Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Jesse. Anybody else?
Took my job for me, Karen. Yeah, is there any other council member that wanted to comment? All right, I'll just make a quick comment. Yeah, Karen, if I could just give a request to you, if we do go forward with delaying, if you could send at least the link to the, or maybe I can just do this. I'll send the link to you from that meeting. I think it was a long but good discussion through and through. I think Mayor Pro Tem Greg's comments were necessary. Okay, thank you for calling in, Karen.
Okay, thanks, Aaron, and thanks for your open-mindedness and your willingness to change your mind. That's what a good leader is all about. So I very, very much appreciate it, and appreciate all of you very much. Thank you so much.
Not a problem. I have nothing if somebody.
All right, have a good night. Bye.
Thanks. Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller?
Okay, the next caller will be caller with the phone number ending in 052. You are now permitted to address council.
Thank you. I have nothing to add. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Emily, next caller, please. Thank you.
Okay, the next caller will be caller with the phone number ending in 963. You are now permitted to address council.
Hi, this is Alice Drager. A few things tonight. I wanted to say I'm sorry to lose Dana Watson as the chair of East Lansing Info's Community Advisory Board, but I can hardly complain about seeing people who have worked with us take on the big roles on City Council as a form of greater public service. As Jesse Gregg knows, if we paid even $1 for service on our Community Advisory Board, the work on City Council would still pay less per hour. I want to provide some background to council members to the mistake on the public hearing notice for tonight's meeting. A reader of East Lansing Info notified me about an hour and a half before the meeting that the public hearing notice is incorrect, indicating the time of the meeting was 7 a.m. and not 7 p.m. You might think this would not have been misunderstood by anyone reading that public hearing notice, but the fact is there have been 7 a.m. meetings since the pandemic public health emergency began. And there have also been 8 a.m. meetings of City Council at times in the past, predating the public health emergency. So just to provide you some context and background, on July 16th, 2 meetings of DDA committees had to be canceled because there was no public hearing notice that was correct. And at the time, staff indicated that they had to cancel the meetings because the public hearing notice was incorrect, even though the electronic meeting notice had the correct time. On July 30th, the city council meeting for interviews with candidates was wrongly noticed. Fortunately, I happened to notice this on a fluke about 20 hours before the public meeting, which meant that city council was able to correct it in time. So that meeting was able to go on. So that's 3 meetings so far. And today marks the 4th meeting with incorrect public notice, again, discovered about an hour and a half before the meeting. I understand Mr. Yaden has apparently told council that this doesn't matter because other postings had the correct time. So that's a different claim than was made in the case of the DDA meetings. What troubles me more is that the public notice was changed out without any notice of error on the PDF, simply swapping out the 7 p.m. notice time to replace the 7 a.m. notice time as if it had never been wrong. It was only after I raised an objection to this to the mayor that city staff sent out a notice indicating that there had been an error. So I am wondering if it is a regular practice of the city staff to change out public meeting notices at the last minute, and if this explains how I have sometimes missed public meetings when I never saw a notice. Secondly, the public hearing on the sorority, I was not able to find public notice, so I'm not sure that that was done correctly, although it's possible that was done in the City Pulse and I simply haven't been able to see it. Third, I had a question regarding the extension of the city manager's contract. You had indicated last time that you were authorizing council members Babcock and Stevens to go ahead and do those negotiations, but then I've heard that that's being put off. So I have a question regarding what we should be reporting on that. Fourth, several people already brought up breastfeeding should not be under disorderly conduct, but I have a larger issue, which is a question of why female breasts are being treated differently from male breasts. And I think this actually could be in violation of the city civil rights ordinance, which indicates that we should treat people equally regardless of biological sex. I think the way we're going in this direction indicates that female breasts are extraordinarily exciting and as compared to male breasts and are being treated as special sexual objects. And I have some issue with that. Fifthly, more importantly, I think the idea of eliminating officer discretion in the disorderly conduct code or any other part of the code is challenging to say the least. An officer always has to be able to make decisions for himself or herself or theirself with regard to what counts as a crime. There are some crimes that are extremely obvious. There are a lot of things that are more subtle. So this raises the issue that the prosecutor is supposed to represent an extra layer of review. And that is something to consider as you consider how to manage prosecutorial services in the future, as you consider who to engage as the next city attorney. I think it's worth considering how you want to manage that, because it seems really important to have prosecutors that are doing an extra layer of review. And finally, at your last meeting, you indicated that you were going to have a special meeting to deal with a charter change regarding trying to add 2 more council members to council. And then nothing happened, and I kept watching. Thank you. I kept watching to see if anything was happening with that, and I found nothing regarding that. So I'd like some explanation just so that people can know where that's at in terms of that issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alice. There are a number of questions. I'm going to address a couple of them. Jesse, you can go ahead first. I saw your hand.
I'll just speak to the charter question. I think, you know, we had that discussion very spontaneously in one of the meetings, and it was during a stressful week of very many meetings, and without really considering the ramifications of having something as significant as a change to city charter on the very first agenda item for 2 new council members, and also having their first meeting be a special meeting. And so just with that consideration, I think that is still a very important issue to at least myself. I haven't checked in with my fellow council members to see if there's been a change of heart, but I believe that we still have a fairly significant interest in pursuing that. Just the timing seemed not correct in consideration to our 2 new council members and taxing them with something quite that burdensome on their first meeting. So hopefully that explains that.
That does address one of the questions that was given. Are there any other council members that wanted to comment on what was said in particular? Okay.
Thank you, Jesse, for that.
Perfect. And then I'll address, and I was actually going to say the exact same thing for the charter change. I think that makes sense. I do think it's still going to be a discussion that we talk about, but I think it'll probably be a longer process. We'll get some community input on that, and I think that's fine. As for the city manager's contract, I haven't had the opportunity to schedule something between myself, the city manager, and Councilmember Babcock. I am still looking to do that, to have that initial conversation. I'm hoping to send that out tomorrow. It has just been an interesting week in terms of COVID response and some other things. So that's on me. But I want to give regular updates on that when I can. But a meeting has not taken place yet, but we will be hopefully going forward with that in the future. So, and I believe those were the only two direct questions, although I did have written down a couple of comments in regards to the DO ordinance and the mistake on the public hearing notice. So thank you for that. Okay, Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller?
Yep. Caller with the phone number ending in 432, you are now permitted to address council.
Hi, good evening, Chair Grigsby. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear
Thank you.
Chuck.
Thanks for taking my call tonight. I know you guys have a big night ahead of you this night, a lot of information, a lot of stuff to go over. I want to welcome the new council members, Councilmember Bacon and Councilmember Mrs. Watson. Welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. The previous callers pretty much have just smashed everything I was going to say to some point in regards to the disorderly conduct ordinance. For the obvious reasons that were given earlier, I just really think that should be tabled, and I believe the mayor has already addressed that. And the other two side notes I wanted to mention to you, and it's kind of relatable to maybe some of the previous caller with the time of the council meetings. I was wondering, I know there was some talk about possibly having a daytime council meeting at least once a month within that. And I know that was something that at least some of you were considering at one point in time. And going forward, I really think it's very important, especially when you have a packed agenda like this that's going to go in for a long period of time tonight. There's a lot of people who are unable to stay up this late and really pay attention to things that are important to them when it comes to the city. So I just wanted to open that discussion in regards to that. And then the other side note I had a question about was, I know we had talked a meeting or two ago about the symbolic resolution for declaring racism as a public health crisis. And I was just wondering if I can get any updates on that in regards to us as the council putting that forward.
Okay, were those the only questions? Oh, Councilmember Gregg, just really quickly, Mayor Pro Tem. Sir, were those the only questions that you had? I want to make sure I wrote everything down, but if you did have further questions, if you could ask them now and then we could respond, it'd be great.
That's all I have until I hear a couple of responses, but I think that's all I have for the moment, yes.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Mr. Grigsby. I wanted to talk about your first point about varying the time of city council meetings. I haven't had a really in-depth discussion with any of the council members or the manager about that. We briefly mentioned the idea of possibly bringing back a second discussion only meeting, which I think is a very valuable idea considering the amount of just information that's going through council right now. We have a lot of extra work because of COVID, and we're going to have a lot of extra work because of budget amendments and things like that. I think there's a certain ease with having council meetings always at the same time, but it also means that if people have a single recurring conflict with that time, that they are essentially unable to attend meetings. And so I think having a variety of, maybe having our two business meetings at the 7 o'clock time slot, but then perhaps varying even the day of the week as well as the time, possibly to create a situation where people who have scheduling conflicts or family conflicts might have a window where they can call in or be engaged. So I think that point is very well taken and something that I will take more seriously going forward, elevate it to a more serious level of discussion.
Any other council members who wanted to comment? Okay, Seeing none on that, I think the Mayor Pro Tem addressed both of your questions.
Not the public health crisis one,
Yeah.
actually. I have not had, I'm going to loop Councilmember Watson into this discussion because it's my understanding that you had a hand in writing the resolution that was adopted by Ingham County. So I hope that I got that correct info. But I was hoping that since we've had a busy time and a delay, that if that was in fact originating with you, that you might be the one that wanted to put it forward as your first action as a council member.
So my role in that declaration was I was part of a group and I was one of the people that initially brought it up about declaring racism as a public health crisis. I do health equity and social justice work, and so I would be more than happy to be on a team and discuss how we as a city can make the public health crisis announcement that racism is a public health crisis.
I appreciate that. I know, again, there's a lot of priority with what you have on the table right now. But I do believe that that is very, very important for the city of East Lansing to stand on that and really honor that for the times that we are in right now. And just a side note, in our HRC meeting last week or this week, I can't remember, it's been so many meetings, but one of the callers who was actually a candidate for appointment for council, Janelle, and I can't think of her last name for the life of me, she had called in and mentioned, what's that?
It was Cannon is her last name, Mr. Grigsby.
Correct. Yes. Yes. And she eloquently talked and gave us some feedback in regards to reparations. And, you know, I was just curious, you know, with the current make of the council, what you guys' initial thought was on that. If, you know, if she was to follow through and maybe present something, if that'd be something you would entertain. She brought up to the HRC. We just ran out of time. Didn't really get a chance to really discuss that. But I was just curious on that note. And that's really all I had to say. And again, I want to just welcome the council, the two new members of the council, and we're a whole. And I'm just looking forward to getting some work done going forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other council members want to respond?
I'm open to hearing any ideas going forward. Reparations is a fairly new concept for me. It's something that, you know, I was not part of my personal work that I had done in the past. And so that's, I've seen several different proposals varying wildly. So I would like to know more about it.
Yeah, I'm open to the discussion as well. Yeah, I thought her comments were very apt during that interview process. And I actually mentioned that very specifically as something that was very brave for her to talk about. And I don't think we talked about it enough. So any other council members wanted to comment?
This is Dana, and I do remember that interview as well. And I just wanted to ask, do I sound okay?
There's a little bit of a background noise, Anya, but your voice is coming through clearly.
Okay. I do remember that applicant, and I was excited to hear her discuss the reparations. I'm definitely open, and there's things that I've read and studied along the lines of reparations. But I do want to point out there is a city council in Chicago that, or in the Illinois area, that in connection with their marijuana business approvals, they also made space for people of color to receive scholarships or dollars. And that is because of what happened with the war on drugs in communities of color. But that's my comment on reparations for today, but definitely want to keep it in mind and talk more about it.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Any other council members? Great. Thank you for calling in, Chuck. Emily, do we have more callers?
Okay, caller with the phone number ending in 241. You are now permitted to address council.
Yes, thank you. My name is Rochelle. I kind of hate to bother you. I've been paying great attention to your meetings lately and appreciate how much you have on your plate. But an earlier caller just made me really feel like I had to call in. So I'll be brief, of course. He spoke about feeling that the state of emergency was unnecessary and that it was unnecessary to mandate masks. And I know when you guys first talked about this a few weeks ago, there was some hesitation on the part of the council members at the time. It was prior to the new council members joining. And so I just felt like I wanted to call in and add my voice because I'm on the other end of the spectrum. Since this whole thing started, I have literally not left my house. I suffer already from chronic inflammation issues that were a result of a previous virus that was definitely not COVID. It was over a year ago. But I literally don't even walk well anymore. And I'm very lucky that I have a great employer and I've been able to keep my job. It is very frustrating, to feel that everyone thinks that their rights and their freedoms are being infringed upon over wearing something as simple as a mask. If more people would, I could leave my house more. And it's been very difficult. So I just wanted you to know that there are people out there who are trying to live with this and do the best we can. And I really appreciated the fact that you were going to hopefully take this action, because I thought maybe after seeing what happens when the students come back, there would be an opportunity for me to be able to come to the downtown area and even just take a walk. So I wanted to say that. And then since I called in anyway, I just wanted to welcome the two council members to the council. I'm a very long-term resident of the area since 1979 when I was a teenager. I graduated from East Lansing High School. I got my PhD from MSU. And I also suffered extreme homelessness in the middle of all that and took advantage of Haven House, which at the time that I was homeless was the Economic Crisis Center. And I'm very interested and hopeful to hear about some low-income housing opportunities coming to the East Lansing area. That's always just been something that has been very important to me, and I'm excited about the possibilities of these two new council members who have a great focus on that. So I think that would be about it. And thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for calling in. I'll say something before I open it up. I appreciate your comments, and I think that some of your comments highlighted some of the sacrifice that folks are making in an effort to protect themselves and to protect others. And you mentioned a lot in your comments that I probably won't be able to address fully, but I think giving a big shout out to Haven House for helping you during the time. They're a great organization. They've helped a lot of people, and it's always good to hear their name at the council table. And thank you for calling in. Was there any other council members that wanted to comment?
I just wanted to say thanks, Rochelle, for sharing your views with us. Appreciate you taking the time.
Okay, thank you so much, Rochelle. I will ask for the next caller, Emily.
Okay, the next caller on the line is Nancy Sadal. You are now permitted to address council.
And Nancy, I believe you're muted, just so you know. There we go. Nancy Sadal, this is your opportunity to talk to the council. If you don't want to talk, you can just say pass. All right. I'm gonna just give one more quick opportunity. Nancy, if you're hearing us, please feel free to speak up. This is your time to talk to council. Okay. If I get an email later from this individual saying there were some mic issues or something, I'll let them come on. Emily, could you just the next caller?
All right, the next caller on the line is Rachel Sweet. You are now permitted to address council, but you might need to unmute yourself.
Pass.
Okay. All right, the next Actually, I believe that is everybody then.
All right. Great. I'm gonna really quickly, I know that we've had a long time of public comment here, but just for the pure fact that, we did have a bunch of people call in and we had some technical issues in the beginning. I'm gonna read off the call-in information one more time. The call-in information to give public comment to the City Council, the number is 312-626-6799. Again, the call-in information is 312-626-6799. The meeting ID is 816-7162-7816. Again, meeting ID is 816-7162-7816. I'm going to give just a couple of, or like probably a minute here for anybody to call in if they do, and then we will move on. Great. All right. Emily, did we have anybody else call in?
It does not look like it, no.
Okay. Thank you very much. Our next item on the agenda is communications from the mayor and council members. I will start with Councilmember Bacon.
I just want to thank everyone for all the kind words, calls, and welcomes to the council. And mostly just state that I'm excited to work with you all. I'm excited to work for the community at large and the people that I was called to represent. And I'm most excited with this makeup and the ability for us to be really intentional with the time that we have going forward here with all the really historical challenges that are on the table, us being chosen for this time to solve them. It's really an honor and a pleasure to look forward to working with you and to serving with you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. I'd just like to welcome our two new colleagues. We've got a lot of work to do, so I'll keep it quiet tonight. Thank you so much.
Great. Councilmember Watson.
Does that sound better with my stuff? Do I sound better now?
There's still a good amount of delay on there, but we can still hear you clearly.
But
I'll buy you a mic.
This is Dana. Thank you everybody for your support and thank you for welcoming me to City Council. I'm excited to serve. And Aaron told me this was not going to be a long meeting, so it'll be exciting to see what happens with time because anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Sorry, it's my first fib apparently. Mayor Pro Tem Greg.
Yeah, we are incapable of having meetings that are shorter than 3.5 hours. Sorry, guys. We didn't put that on the application, but I think, it's at this point, it's redundant to say welcome to the team. It was a real intense process, but I think I'm very happy with where we came through. I think Councilmember Bacon, your comments just kind of highlighted a little epiphany that I had a couple of weeks ago. I was feeling a little oh poor me about being called to serve in this very difficult time. Nothing that we're currently dealing with was on the horizon when I ran for this office. And then I kind of stepped back from myself a little bit and thought, well, where would I rather be during this historic time? This is a position where I really have the chance to do the greatest amount of good. And I think that, looking at this team, I think we have a team that is prepared to make, dramatic choices and to really dig in on some of the systemic problems that we have. while also dealing with the fallout of a global pandemic. So, it's going to be really exciting, but I think I'm glad to be here. I'm privileged to be in this position. I'm feeling really excited about this team, and I'm ready to get started again.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. I will say some of the same. As many people know, it was a very difficult process to go through and choose 2 members of our community out of a lot of really incredible people to serve. But I'm proud of our choices, and I think we did make the right choice. And I've had a few conversations with Councilmember Watson and Councilmember Bacon since then, and just listening to their priorities, issue areas that they want to tackle, whether it's really digging deep into financials, or it's looking at our zoning code or different things. And I think we've just got a really good team here. And I think there is a lot of opportunity. I know that we've only got a little bit of time together here, but I think, we can really make some lasting change for East Lansing. And, I'm proud to be part of this team. I'm proud to be the mayor. And, there's a lot of work going forward. There's a lot of work that's happened already. We have to deal with COVID. We have to deal with a lot of really, really influential and incredible change that's happening in terms of public safety that I think is vital. And we've got to deal with some institutional issues in East Lansing too. And I think that starts with looking at some of our city code and some of our ordinances and trying to look at, some things that might be outdated and some things we might need to change. But, I also think that looks at that means looking forward and to seeing, what programs can we create, what things can we do to help people in the future. And so, I'm optimistic. I think we have got a good, working group with MSU right now, especially in terms of COVID. And I think there's a lot of really great conversations happening in terms of responding to that, but also they have really long-term effects on us working together and having a group going forward. So welcome, Councilmember Watson, Councilmember Bacon. Thanks for coming on. And I'm excited to get to work. So with that, I will stop talking and get to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just thank our new and welcome our new council members to the council. Look forward to working with you both. I also wanted to draw attention to our shirts, why we're all wearing Good Trouble shirts. On the consent agenda, we have a resolution recognizing the life and service of a great American, John Lewis. I had an opportunity to meet Mr. Lewis last December and spend some time talking to him. He was a truly inspirational American and a great man. And that's made a big impact on my life. So it's nice to be able to recognize his lifetime and service and contributions to this country and for all of us to wear these shirts. Thanks, Elaine, for that. And with that, I will turn it back to the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we're going to talk about those items a little bit at the consent agenda, but yes, I would agree with everything that you just said. A true hero for this country. Going to the city attorney's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I have attached my status report ending June 30th, 2020. If anyone has any questions, public questions, I'm happy to answer them now. If anyone wants to find out some more details or my opinions on any of the cases, they can contact me at my office.
Great. Thank you very much. I'll give an opportunity. Any council member want to address things right now? Okay. Then we are moving on to a special presentation. I will say after the special presentation, I'm gonna ask for probably like a 5 to 10 minute break, just so people can get water, coffee, use the restroom, that kind of thing. But let's get into it.
Okay, thank you. Excellent. If you could start on the first slide. So we're going to talk today just briefly and give an update. Obviously, I think the council is aware and our residents are aware that the City of East Lansing staff, council members have been meeting on a work group for the past number of weeks, working on the safe return of our students and also on ways to support the safe continuation of business in our downtown with the return of students. The group has been City of East Lansing, Michigan State University, Ingham County Public Health, and the Responsible Hospitality Committee. Responsible Hospitality is the group of licensed merchants, places that sell restaurants and alcohol in the downtown. So we'll switch to the next slide. So we're going to talk about all the programs and things we've been doing and we're going to be doing to initiate this safe return. First, talk about the business support programs. The goals are to implement measures to increase the safety and protection of human health. So these are the steps we're taking. We'll talk about some of those programs to make sure that we have as safe a downtown and safe a business environment as possible. Assisting businesses with occupancy restrictions and square footage limitations. This is looking at, because obviously COVID is restricting the number of people who can be inside business occupancies, what can we do to expand the footprint, expand the opportunity for people to be outdoors so that they can have access to their customers and services. Also assisting businesses with adapting to new and or enhanced consumer behaviors. So people like the convenience of drive up, drive through, and obviously all of those things in terms of touchless contact with a vendor, being able to have something brought out to the curbside in terms of service is something that's been a new item for the COVID environment, and we're trying to help facilitate that. Also talking about, and this is trying to educate the individuals who are in the community, promoting and encouraging behaviors and practices that are protective of human health. So some of the programs we'll be talking about, Together We Will marketing campaign. This is the overall approach and the branding, the Spartan We Will campaign in terms of staying safe to stay open. Temporary art installations, and that's a project sponsored by our DMB to put some temporary art in the downtown. Expansion of service areas to outdoor areas. And those are a number of things we've done for both restaurants and retail business establishments to provide greater service opportunities. Of course, the open air dining area, which we've all know about at this point, curbside pickup, the state of emergency, which we'll be discussing tonight again, and also the We Have You Covered, which is our ambassador program. If you could go ahead and switch to the next slide, please. So together we will stay safe to stay open. This is obviously playing on the Spartans Will, and this was a marketing campaign that was developed primarily by Michigan State, but also in conjunction with some others. You'll see the messaging is from Ingham County Health Department and also in conjunction with East Lansing. And the idea here is to provide a sort of broad marketing campaign. You'll see the banners that are already up in East Lansing, one in the downtown at the clock tower, one as we're coming into East Lansing on Michigan Avenue. And it's promoting that same message, we will stay safe to stay open. This is actually a part of what the materials you see here is actually part of a business partner marketing toolkit. This is something that our economic development staff are going out and meeting with businesses, and they're basically giving this materials, print materials, to businesses to have the right information in people's hands, but also to give them postings and placards that they can put in their businesses to help inform customers and promote the right behavior. At this point, we've had 40 in-person visits with downtown businesses. Our goal is to get to at least 100 of those. So staff is busy doing that outreach to our downtown merchants and restaurants. Next slide. We also did the same thing for our property managers. This is our property manager marketing toolkit. And this is something that we're doing outreach to all of our large, basically, landlords and property management companies. It's focused on the multi-unit, not so much the single houses, but more on the large scale apartments where people are having the opportunity to mingle together, to enforce, obviously, and to remind people of the right safety procedures in terms of house rules, staying safe to stay open. At this point, we're in the process of hitting, like I said, a lot of the larger landlords, but also outreach is coming out to fraternities, sororities, and the co-ops as well. When we get to the end of this, we'll probably have hit 65 different entities, but that will cover many thousands of lives in terms of our students, in terms of properties that they'll be living in. So again, trying to promote that outreach to getting the right information into people's hands.
George.
Next slide. Yep, Mayor.
Just as a question for you, did that marketing toolkit to the landlord specifically include the governor's executive order on indoor gatherings?
I'd have to check on that and what's included in that, but I can get back.
If it hasn't, I think that's really, really apt. And I think that's information that should be shared with anybody that's coming in.
Great. Thank you. This is our temporary art installations. The art installations are basically something that's sort of fun that people can enjoy in the downtown in the summer, that was sponsored by our downtown management board, but it's also promoting safe sort of COVID sense in terms of wearing a mask, in terms of social distancing, and it's things that people can explore by walking through the downtown while socially distancing. So that was something that was neat that was done by our DMB. Next slide. The expansion of service areas to outdoors. So there's a couple of different areas here. One is the restaurants and service areas for food service, and the other is retail service operations. So the first one is we've done a number of things to streamline the opportunity for restaurants to have further or expanded areas for their tables, because obviously, like we mentioned, with fewer people indoors because of limitations, and also some people don't want to be indoors, some people are more comfortable being outdoors for food service. We want to be able to quickly expand the food service area for our licensed establishments. So the temporary expansion for restaurants, we eliminated the application fee. We authorized temporary administrative approvals for reduced application time. So basically trying to speed it up and just get administrative approvals. And also we've combined a couple of different applications, and that's just streamlining our administrative process into a single application to make it easier for the business. We also extended right-of-way use for retail operations. So our stores, if they're selling merchandise, they can go out into the storefront, out into the sidewalk more easily, put tables out, and be able to put their merchandise on the outside. Again, there may be people who are not wanting to go into businesses as freely as there are in terms of being outside. So that's something that we're able to do as well. Next slide. Obviously, council knows that for 2 months we had our open air dining in Albert. I've had the opportunity to walk through there many, many times in terms of the evenings to get a look at it. I think people did enjoy, on any given night, you could have 5, 6 tables full of people enjoying local area food from different restaurants. So I think that we had to rush to put that into place. And I think that it was, a bit of a stretch, but I think it worked out very well in terms of supporting our downtown businesses and giving people an alternative to go downtown and enjoy some of the downtown establishments' foods in a what we thought was as safe an environment as possible. Next slide, please. We also looked at facilitating curbside pickup. The Bailey lot, which is our largest surface lot behind the peanut barrel, has 6 spaces available for curbside pickup, so that if people on that block have restaurant orders, they can drive in there, basically using the grace period of the parking lot, so they don't have to pay, get their food, have it either brought out to them or go to the restaurant, grab it and come back out, and then not even have to pay for their parking. So that's another way of facilitating the pickup service or takeout service for our restaurants. Next slide, please. And then obviously we talked about on Friday, the mayor declared a state of emergency. I would note that we had declared a state of emergency back in March, and that was continued for a number of months. The redeclaring the state of emergency, obviously with the return of our student residents also, the new thing here was that this regulation gave the mayor the opportunity to put additional rules into place, and that was the mask regulation requiring the wearing of masks in the downtown district, which you can see delineated in this area. And obviously the concern is, and we can all see it now, that the downtown is becoming more busy. There's more pedestrian traffic. And as we have more and more pedestrians over the coming 2 weeks, I think that will be a really important step in keeping people as safe as possible. It's also reinforcing the message, because on Michigan State's campus, people have to wear masks. That's their rule. So this really is a nice sort of continuity for our student residents as they're coming and going through the downtown onto campus, that they can also just continue to wear their masks in the downtown district. Next slide, please. So in order to promote that, we've put a number of signs on the entries to the downtown area. Those signs continue that same "We Will" sort of Spartan branding with the Sparty wearing the mask. Those signs are already sort of permanently affixed to those areas in the downtown. Again, encouraging the right behavior. Next slide. In addition, we're going to have the We Have You Covered, which is our downtown ambassador program. We had a number of employees who were doing table sanitizing in our downtown open air dining. Those were employees who were not working otherwise because of our pools and some of our facilities were closed, and we were able to repurpose them and have them working in sanitizing tables. We're now going to have some of those same employees being able to be downtown ambassadors. They'll be wearing the shirts to be identifiable as a city employee, and they'll be encouraging people to wear masks in the downtown, handing out free masks. So if someone came to the downtown, forgot their mask, the downtown ambassadors could greet them, hand them a mask, and then of course that person would then put the mask on and could go to their restaurant, wherever they wanted to do, obviously in a safer manner. So we think that that's a really great program to, again, be able to encourage the right behavior at different times. I'm expecting that that's going to be going on during our more intense times of our student resident activity, during move-in, during the Thursday, Friday, Saturday night periods. We expect to have that happening, and we're looking forward to that. Obviously, all of these things are trying to encourage the safest return of our student residents, and even, and obviously the goal is by promoting safety, we're promoting being able to keep those downtown businesses open, because everyone knows that if we have, large increases in terms of COVID and people are sort of chased away or don't want to come to the downtown businesses, that's going to be bad for our businesses. So by promoting the healthy aspects of the safety, the social distancing, the wearing of a mask, all of those things, we're able to better support our businesses, keep them open, keeping them productive, and keeping all those people who work there employed. So really our motto, stay safe, to stay open, we think really capitalizes on that. Next, we have opportunity for questions. And this is, next slide, please. So this has been a lot of work from a lot of staff people in the city of East Lansing, MSU, our communications, economic development, all sorts of different areas have been involved in this, public health. And we want to thank everybody for their work in really making sure that we have the safest possible reopening of our and return of our student residents, and making sure that we're as safe as possible in the downtown to keep those businesses safe and to keep them open. So with that, any questions or comments from council?
So I have a few questions, but I'll open it up for other council members first.
I can give some comments. I've been sitting in on the reopening committee meetings with MSU. I can't say that my anxiety is fully allayed because I have a lot of anxiety, but I have been very impressed with the level of thoughtful work that has been put in. And I think that we are in a very good position to be in kind of the best place we can be when students come back. Obviously, we're going to have to adapt as that population comes in. I expect that we will see some outbreaks. I think that not just the infrastructure that's been put in place between East Lansing and MSU, but also the county level infrastructure that's been put in by our county health team and also by our local hospitals. I had to go and get some blood work done for a basic physical, and I decided that I would get a COVID test while I was there because I was already in the repurposed garage bay getting my blood drawn. So why not get a swab as well? And I had the return from that result within less than 24 hours. I had the test done at 4:30 and I received my results at 10 a.m. the next morning. So, we have a good high capacity testing in place. MSU has talked about doing some testing in place. I think having a continuous mask policy from campus to downtown will be, important. I sat in on the RHC meeting this morning. I think our downtown business owners are taking this extremely seriously and using a lot of kind of positive peer pressure, I would say, to enforce policies between businesses so that there's not going to be kind of a gap where people can go where people can expect to not have to follow the rules. So in general, I think everything is aligned as well as we can prepare, which is not perfect, but it's good. It's good. It's a strong plan. And I think there's a lot of buy-in and cooperation, and I'm really pleased. So thanks, George.
I just have a comment. I think when you consider public health in these types of issues, almost any issue, if you look back over public health, used to be controversial and people felt that their freedoms were being, be it smoking indoors, be it any other type of public health issue, eventually it becomes normalized to do the right or the safe behavior. So I kind of disagree with, I hear this freedom thing quite a bit, but in the back of my mind, as I was sitting here thinking, freedom has always involved protecting the most vulnerable. And the woman who was speaking earlier about her disorders and the impact of the virus on her, a great deal of this freedom that everyone's talking about has to be about protecting the least. And when it comes to the students, sometimes they're just the least conscious and they're the most thinking they're invincible. So sometimes we have to do things we're not imposing on freedom. We're imposing certain protections to protect the students. And my goal and hope is that what we're putting out is very clear, because my only reservation is I don't want to see business owners in conflict with customers and that type of thing. It just sits in the back of my mind that everything's clear and written out, so that people are kind of self-governing and not requiring business owners to be in confrontation with students.
Any other council member? Dana, go ahead.
Dana, I just have two questions. Who's fining the students or the people who aren't wearing their masks? And can you say out loud, George, what area is the DDA district? Sometimes I actually had to look it up, and sometimes I actually have trouble with maps. So can you like state the streets or locations for that too?
Sure. So basically it's going to be Grand River. It's going to be the area. Can we put the map back up perhaps? So it's going to be Grand River. It's going to be about 2 blocks deep onto Albert towards City Hall. And then it's going to be all the way down to the Grand Traverse Pie Company, basically, and the B&A Florist on that end. So and then all the way back to Michigan Avenue, where Michigan Avenue connects. It would be a couple maps earlier. There next. Sorry, there. Go back. Yeah, there. So basically, including all the way up to Valley Court, including the Water's Edge area near campus. It goes about 3 blocks into the city in the downtown area. So it's actually pretty shallow, just, I mean, along Grand River and into the downtown.
Okay. Dana, do you have a second question there? You did.
The other one was who's doing the fine?
Yeah, so the council asked for a very modest fine if we did take enforcement of a $25 ticket. And that was a purposeful answer from council that they wanted, if we were going to issue fines, that it would be for a reasonably nominal amount. At this point, our goal is not enforcement. Our goal is encouraging, educating, and informing people, handing out masks and taking steps in that direction.
All right. Councilmember Babcock, did you have anything before I get into mine? Okay. George, I want to run through like a couple of issues that I think are important. First, can we get an update on our support programs that we had passed through, including like CDBG funds and our housing support? I know that went live.
Yes.
But our business support fund as well.
Yeah, we can have that at the coming discussion meeting, where we are, status of all of the financial support programs.
Okay, all right, that's fine. So the downtown ambassadors, and I apologize if you had mentioned this before, how many are we looking at hiring?
I don't have an exact number. Our idea is to have 2 at a time. So it's a team of people together, talking to people and handing out masks.
Okay.
Basically hours scheduled. It'll just be like our downtown table sanitizing. We'll start with 2 people at a time, and staff, I don't know if it's 30 hours a week, 40 hours a week downtown during the first 4 weeks of school is our plan.
Okay, and then are we going to have those folks at multiple locations? I know that the original idea was to have them stationary, but I think that there's a few different locations that we could have, as entrances into the downtown, also in central locations there.
Our plan, because of the keeping them centrally located, is to have the Mayan Street Plaza perhaps under a tent, to have some sort of something visual to attract people's attention, and they can have supplies with them as well. So that's going to be the plan, is to try to catch people going different directions through the downtown.
Okay, and I guess, I honestly, I have a few concerns just on like, I think that 90% of people are really going to listen to folks, and they say, hey, there's a rule now, in our downtown area, you have to wear a mask, and making sure that folks, have that offering, right? So, if you don't have one, here's one, I think is good. I am worried that folks will not, and I'm worried about active reach out to folks that are walking in our downtown. So if they're just in, central locations, I think it might be good if we have a few other places that folks are, and, even people that were roaming around, And then, as a second thing, I am worried that, people will be, we've seen it in the news. People are, very, very harsh and reactive to folks telling them you need to wear a mask. And I'm worried about that. And the truth is that, we might have people that are, under the influence of alcohol there too. And so, I think it's a safety concern. And I think that, we should be having that conversation. I think that maybe it's something we evaluate over time. I'm planning on actually being downtown in those high traffic areas just so I can see it for myself. But, I think these ambassadors are going to be good, but I also think that, they need a little bit of backup in the sense. So, we had talked about, neighborhood resource folks that are going to be part of our department, public safety. We've also just talked about officers in general. I'm worried that the backlash is going to be put on them and, they're not going to have support there. So could you speak to that a little bit?
That's why we actually planned on and went away from having them in multiple locations where we can't keep an eye on people. And we want to have them in one location, the core downtown. So if we have to have officers in an adjacent area nearby, officers won't be approaching people, but it's more easy to keep an eye on how things are going, because we are concerned that there are some people who overreact and there are some people who react very badly to even being asked. So I think that's got to be handled pretty delicately, and that's why we want to have people in a central location, in an eyes on the street kind of an area, in the core of the downtown. So we can also have, potentially have officers on foot patrol to keep people safe, not doing enforcement, but keeping people safe.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good conversation to have. I also think that, whenever this program is implemented, I want to have a conversation on the council table on how it's going, like, the next week. I want to know, if we are getting a lot of compliance with this, if folks are wearing masks. Of course, it's a conversation later on this meeting if we're going to, keep that order in place. But if we do, I think we might need to reevaluate how we're doing things if we're not getting a good response. So, okay. To my next question. So let's talk house parties in the neighborhoods. So, you and I have been on calls with MSU, Jesse has as well. The governor's executive order, if I'm not mistaken right now, says 10 individuals inside. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, we have a house party that, has more than that amount of people. What's the enforcement on that? Are we going to be we're going to be breaking up that party?
There's no way usually to know if there's more than 10 people inside a house. So unless that we have some way of figuring that out, typically people won't invite us into the house to let us know that. So we would likely be, if a place is loud and there's other ordinance violations unrelated to the fact that there's an executive order, but people are just having a loud house party, then we would take enforcement based on it being a loud house party.
Okay, so that would go through in our noise violation ordinance then?
Correct.
Okay. I think I think in conversations with MSU, we've talked about, they've got a lot of on-campus support for folks not distancing, and we wanted to kind of bring that across Grand River. Maybe a follow-up conversation, even just on social gatherings in particular for our next meeting, I think would be good if we had that conversation after we've spoken to MSU a little bit and done that. Is that all right?
You mean here or at the council chamber or with MSU?
No, at the council chamber, if we could, because I think we need to dive into the issue a little bit more. I think it's an important one. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm kind of looking to you and George to reinforce this for me. Remind me from last week's call, was there an outreach to the Greek houses about socializing, or had they gotten a commitment from the Greek houses about not socializing?
Yeah, I'll pull it up in my email, but at this point they had said no social gatherings. They had canceled their alumni days and parent days as well. And I asked actually specifically if that applied to annex houses as well, and I got a response of yes, it applied to any.
Oh, good. Okay.
Was another concern originally.
Okay, I couldn't remember if it was just something that was being asked or if they had already gotten a level of commitment. So that's positive.
George?
Yeah.
Did I miss anything in that?
Does it apply to annex houses, did you ask? Or I thought
No, I asked that of them, but I was just asking if I missed anything.
No, I don't think so. And Annette has been reaching out to the fraternities and the group houses in communication. She's passed, you mentioned about executive orders before, she's passed the information on the restrictions and limitations. So we've been working diligently with our Greek houses to try to curtail any sort of high risk behavior. Also underneath all of this has been the ongoing discussions with public health about trying to limit outdoor parties and put a public health order in for the areas of high concentration of nuisance parties from the past. So we've looked at past data regarding nuisance parties. Those seem to happen in the nearest neighborhoods to the downtown. And we've been talking to public health about potentially putting a more restrictive public health order in, meaning instead of 100 people on people's yards outdoors, we asked, and they're discussing putting potentially a limit of 25 or less. So we hope that they do that. We know they're considering it. And I think that that would be a good move considering the number of people and the number of large parties we have.
Okay. And I just wanted a clarification. I looked up the email that I got from the people from Fraternity and Sorority Life, and it was a recommendation from MSU to do that. I don't know if it's officially in place yet, but I'll follow up on that.
Yeah, I heard that basically U of M said that their Greek system had agreed to, I think, a complete sort of moratorium on parties, I think is what happened. And then the conversation turned to our Greek system, which has not came to that same conclusion, unfortunately.
Yeah, MSU's recommendation to Greek and Sorority Life at this point, I'll read it off, was Michigan State University strongly recommends a moratorium on all type 1, type 2, and type 4 registered social events for the interfraternity and Panhellenic councils for the fall 2020 semester. Those events are type 1, social and restricted, an event that is exclusively between Greek affiliated chapters and their members. That includes mixers, tailgates, day parties, etc. Type 2 is open, an event in which a number of attendees is more than the total of in-house initiated members, and not all persons attending the party are members of this chapter. That includes rush parties, open parties, closed parties. And it looks like that is already prohibited according to the IFC and PC joint social policy. And then the type 4 was the family and alumni events as well. And that was the recommendation to MSU to the Fraternity and Sorority Life. But I don't know if they actually took that, but I'll follow up on that. Okay.
I just wanted to make one comment on Georgia's comment about outdoor parties. I think that's going to be a very important thing to follow up on because I think that the state 100-person limit is really considering wider open spaces like a park or a grassy field or something. 100 people in a residential front yard is a very tight crowd. So George, anything that I can do to help move that along, if I can make some phone calls or something, just let me know. Just email me tomorrow, that's fine.
Yeah, I know public health is considering it seriously and they're doing their best work on it. They understand, I think, the seriousness of it. So I think it's in their hands, but I do know that they're working on it.
Great.
Okay, let's plan for an update. So we at this point are planning on having a discussion only meeting next week. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Let's plan on an update to some of this stuff next week as well, specifically concerning gatherings and house parties in particular. I think that we have a further conversation in terms of downtown ambassadors after it's been implemented for a little bit. But I think that those two items in particular are ones that are a big concern for the community, big concern for us.
I also understood that you wanted to talk about financial situation related to sort of a snapshot of the budget and the COVID impact. Obviously, you all got to see the year end, which was rather pretty good news comparatively. So at this point, we'll be happy to bring that presentation to you next week, as well as the issues you just mentioned.
Okay, great. I'll look forward to that discussion then. So at this point, it's 9:09. Sorry, I don't want to cut anybody off. Did anybody have any follow-up questions or anything that they wanted to bring up right here? Okay. It is 9:09. I'm going to request a, let's say 6-minute break until 9:15. We will be right back. All right. If we could put something on the screen. Perfect. Alrighty. Can we get that off the screen? Great. I am not seeing Dana or Lisa back. I'm going to give them 1 second here, but start in 1 second. See Lisa, and now I see Dana. Great. Okay. Our next item is the consent agenda. City Manager Lahanas.
Great, thank you. We have the following items on the consent agenda for council's consideration. Item 4.1, approve the following appointments or reappointments to boards or commissions. A, Joshua Smith, appointment to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a term ending December 31st, 2021. B, Jack Schmitt to the Capital Area Transit Authority Board. Item 4.2, approve a resolution to acknowledge the 55th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act. Item 4.3, approve a resolution honoring the life and legacy of Congressman John Lewis. Item 4.4, approve a resolution honoring Chase Hunt on his 90th birthday. 4.5, approve the annual pollinator-friendly community resolution. Item 4.6, approve a resolution to change Precinct 11 polling location from Bertram Hills Retirement Community to Hannah Community Center West Gymnasium for the November 3rd, 2020 general election only. Item 4.7, direct staff to implement a 15-minute grace period beginning August 16, 2020 in all gated city parking lots and structures, and to return to council with additional data. Item 4.8, approve a contract with Badger Daylighting Corporation in the amount of up to $75,000 for hydro excavation of water services and authorize the city manager to sign. Item 4.9, approve traffic control order number 484 to convert the intersection of Albert Avenue and Bailey Street to a four-way stop. Item 4.10, approve the annual Bertram Park landfill gas and well monitoring contract with Golder Associates. Item 4.11, approve a resolution authorizing Chad Connolly to purchase 3 months of service credit from Municipal Employees Retirement System, MERS. Item 4.12, approve a staff-led negotiation for an agreement with NAI Mid-Michigan for property marketing services for the marketing of approximately 26.8 acres of city-owned property near the intersection of Coleman and West Roads. Those are all the items on the consent agenda for council's consideration.
Okay, there are a couple members or things on there that I would like to address, but does anybody want something taken off the consent agenda and put on our business agenda? All right, seeing none, there are a couple of resolutions on here that are really, really important. Elaine Hardy, our DEI administrator, is on, and I wanted to give her an opportunity to speak on it before there's a motion, and I'm going to probably speak on it a little bit too. So, Elaine.
Good evening. Thank you, Council. As you know, the recent loss of Congressman John Lewis, a civil rights icon and an American hero, prompted this nation to begin a process of celebrating his life. There was a week-long celebration of his life that really chronicled his journey as a civil rights leader and as a legislator. And this resolution honoring his life and contributions to our country and to our world is just presented here tonight for your consideration. I am excited to see all of you in your Good Trouble shirts, and I'm looking forward to getting in good trouble with you.
Thank you, Elaine. So I'm going to say a couple of things about these two resolutions and just a little bit about a great hero of mine. There are very few people that had an impact on this country like John Lewis did. In fact, and we saw this at a screening of Good Trouble, the movie, but President Obama, during his inauguration, walked up to John Lewis after he was sworn in, whispered in his ear, "This is because of you, John." I thought that was extremely powerful. I teared up a little bit when I heard it. John Lewis himself said he teared up when he heard it. You know, we're public servants here in this role, but there's another level to service, and I think that John Lewis was the epitome of that. him and so many others were beaten and attacked just to have the right for their own voice. And even now, and I'm glad actually and it says it in our resolution that we're hopefully going to approve today, even now, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 is still not up to the same standard that it was then. There's a bill that sits on Mitch McConnell's desk right now that he has not taken up that would restore the original intent of the Voting Rights Act. And I'm glad that we have that in there because it's important to acknowledge that. And I'm glad that East Lansing, hopefully if we pass this today, will be on the right side of that issue. That Voting Rights Act, by the way, was renamed the John Lewis Voting Rights Act after his passing. He was a hero in every sense of the word. I think it speaks to our community's commitment to honor the legacy of the civil rights movement that members of our community, including our city manager, Elaine, and other people from the MLK, Mid-Michigan Commission, were able to actually meet with him, sit down with him, hear his story a little bit more. And he had originally agreed to actually come give our speech here. He was not able to due to health concerns. And of course, we understood that, but we had a great liaison to him and Andrew, who wrote the March comic books, which I think are great. And I read many, many times when they first came out and before he came to speak. I think that this country lost something great. But I think that the work that he did is not over, and we need to do everything we can to continue it. There are still people that are disenfranchised. There are still people without a voice, and it's our job to make sure that they do. So thank you for putting this on. There's not much you can say that really honors that life and legacy, but you can put it into our policy, and I think that's good enough. So any other members of the council want to speak on those issues or anything else on the consent agenda?
Yes.
Ron.
Kind of on the, just for the record, on the 55th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act, as I'm sitting here thinking about it, just a reminder that civil rights is not history. It's a continuum. It's a 55th anniversary. I'm 45. People often try to tell you civil rights is some type of history or something that's in the past that's already happened. It's not true. Civil rights is right now. As far as voting goes, our commitment to our community of East Lansing, voting needs to be easy to access. Voting needs to be safe. Voting needs to be nonpartisan. Voting needs to be fair. And that needs to be our legacy here in our community of East Lansing to voting rights. And I tend to see that in our community, but I think just like we see everything else, things can backslide when we're not intentional. So I think we need to be intentional and continue to be intentional around voting and voting protections in our community and in our state. And that needs to be a really firm stance, leaving no doubt that that's where we stand, and dedicate that to John Lewis. And then in the like President Obama said with John Lewis, I was sitting here thinking when the roll call came through, I was getting emotional because it's because of you, John. I say no. I wrote down no John Lewis, no Ron Bacon. Even at this level, John Lewis ascended from city council to his role, and it's been heavy on me. It's heavy stuff, and just know I stand on the shoulders of a giant of a man, and I'm also willing to get into good trouble for this community and for people with no voice. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Other members of the council? All right. Oh, Councilmember Babcock, did you have something? Nope. All right.
Oh.
All good. Thank you for that. Not to discount what was just said, but could we get an explanation for item 4.12 as well? I think that was something that we had talked about at a previous meeting very briefly, but I think Tom Fehrenbach is here. If we could just get kind of like a run through of it.
Certainly. So essentially, I believe in January, after a discussion in December,
we had put out an RFP for professional marketing services for a large piece of property that's owned near at the corner of Coleman and West. It's approximately 27 acres. And the council ultimately decided that the preference would be to have a professional marketing firm help with that property to kind of figure out the best way to balance the desired uses for the property, as well as, you know, the return on investment in terms of cash for the city's coffers. We put out an RFP. We received one response. It wasn't really favorable to the city. So staff began to try to negotiate with that respondent. The respondent ultimately withdrew that response and led us to essentially coming back to council with a kind of a modified RFP to really strengthen the language around what we would expect to receive from the property. We think it's quite valuable. And the council ultimately in March approved putting that RFP out. It was right before COVID. COVID came. We tabled the effort for a couple of months as things kind of were in flux. We put it back. We ended up putting it out in June, and we received 6 responses, of which we felt the quality was really high in general. Quantitatively, the most favorable commission structure for the city was with NAI Mid-Michigan at 4%, and that was the lowest rate of all the respondents. And assuming the sale in the range that we would expect to have, but it was essentially part of a sliding scale. So we wanted to maintain the flexibility if the council decided not to sell the entire parcel, but to sell it in phases. So that's why we went back to this particular respondent and asked them to change that sliding scale to make it more favorable for the city ultimately. And so they are willing to do that. And essentially the action request tonight is for council to authorize staff to negotiate an agreement based on these main parameters that we would then bring back to the council for approval in short order.
Great. Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it. I just honestly, I read through the item and timeline was helpful. So I appreciate that. Okay, so I will look for a motion on the consent agenda. Motion.
We're looking for a second. I'll second.
Okay, I believe there was a motion made by Councilmember Babcock. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Am I muted? Okay.
Oh, I can hear you now. Okay, motion by Councilmember Babcock, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion? Okay, I have one item of discussion. I apologize, but I just wanted to thank Scott House and our DPW department on 4.9. I have brought it up a couple of times at council. The Bailey neighborhoods brought it up a couple of times with me. I think it's good. And I'm glad we're getting a 4-way stop there. I think there was a safety issue and there was a little bit of a blind spot. So just thanks for that on a personal note. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay, seeing none, the consent agenda unanimously passes. Now we are moving on to our public hearings. We have a lot of participants in here. We're going to go through for each one of these and ask if you want to comment on it in particular. Each person will have 5 minutes to comment. If you don't want to comment, please just say pass. Thanks. Emily?
Okay, the first one will be a caller with the phone number ending in 052. Oops.
And I apologize. This is for 5.1, consideration of a modified special use permit application from Delta Gamma House Corporation for the property at 605 MAC Avenue to allow the addition of 3 beds / occupants in the existing facility. This is the public hearing that we're talking about. Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 052, you are now permitted to address council.
Okay, give one more opportunity. Caller with the number ending in 052. Councilmember Babcock, did you have something?
I do. The background information says it's Kappa Kappa Gamma, and the subject line says Delta Gamma, which I believe are two different entities. Perhaps Mr. Haywood could clarify? Or perhaps after the public hearing, if
maybe
that's
after
how it works.
We'll get through that.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry.
No, it's all good. All right, Emily, would you mind moving on to the next caller?
Okay. It looks like the Delta Gamma House Board is actually on. Would you like me to allow them to talk now or continue to go through the list?
Go ahead. You can put them on now.
Okay. Okay. The Delta Gamma House Board, you are now permitted to address council.
Hi, hello, good evening. Hi, this is Nicole Sad. I'm the House Board President for Kappa Kappa Gamma. Our chapter name is Delta Gamma Chapter of Kappa Kappa Gamma for clarification. Our House Director, Nancy Seidel, is the rep for this evening, but I think she's having some technical difficulties and can't talk. So I will do my best to answer any questions you have.
Does anybody, we can hit a pause on the timer. Does anybody have any questions for the individuals here? And I'll give another opportunity for folks to ask questions after we do a staff report on it.
Okay.
Anybody have any particular questions right now while we're in the public hearing? Okay, seeing none, feel free. You still have 4 minutes, 30 seconds to talk to us about what this is, but I will give an opportunity if there are questions for folks to ask you.
Okay, so basically we are trying to increase our occupancy by 3 more members. We do have bedrooms that we could add bunk beds to, and we did go through all the steps, and we've been working with Darcy since November, and she knows quite the details of everything that we have done. We have the appropriate parking spaces, which I think was a concern. Other than that, I think we went over everything the last meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you for your comments, and I will go back to you if other folks have questions during the discussion.
Sure.
Thanks. Emily, next caller.
Okay, the next caller will be phone number ending in 328. You may now address council.
No comments on this item.
Thanks. Next caller.
Caller with the phone number ending in 369. You may now address council.
This is Nancy Sadell. I'm just listening. I'm here as the agent for Delta Gamma Chapter Kappa Kappa Gamma, and we'll back up Nikki with responses if need be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Caller with the phone number ending in 697. You may now address council.
Pass.
All right. And caller with the phone number ending in 744. You may now address council.
Pass.
Caller with the phone number ending in 286. You may now address council.
Pass. Thank you.
Okay. And Rachel Sweet, you may now address council.
Pass.
And
those are all the callers on the list.
Thank you so much. And then our staff person on the call, sorry, pulling it up right here, David Haywood. We can get an explanation. This now closes the public hearing portion of the agenda, although I did say that if folks have questions for those that are actually applying, we can let them in. David?
Thank you very much. So the first thing I want to do tonight on this item is address the comment that was made earlier about the public notice. It was published in the July 22nd edition of the City Pulse at the bottom of page 20. And on that date, it would have been 20 days prior to the hearing, which is more than the required 15 days notice.
Thanks.
So the public hearing was properly noticed. So yeah, as I think Nicole mentioned, this is a request to modify their current special use permit for a Class B multiple family dwelling to add 3 additional residents to total out at 49 residents. The Planning Commission took action on this on June 24th and recommended support unanimously and had 3 conditions in their referral letter. I do want to bring to your attention, though, that at the meeting, actually, there were 4 conditions that were approved. And I'm not sure how the 4th condition didn't make the referral letter, but perhaps it's collateral damage from all the COVID activity that we've been dealing with. So anyway, the 4th recommendation that the Planning Commission recommended is as such. The building official or his/her representative shall verify that the bedrooms meet the required square footage prior to adding additional occupancy. And the reason that I bring this to your attention is it's obviously important that that this verification happens so that bedrooms aren't over occupied. And if you were interested in adding that condition, you could include that with your motion. With that, I would take any questions.
I have one question. Is there the bike rack for 25 bicycles? Is there currently no bike rack there? Because that's an awful lot of bicycles for three additional residents.
Well, it's possible that it's just a reaffirmation that many is required.
Okay.
Don't know if it's been verified that they're there or not, but certainly we would want to do that.
Okay, cool. No, it was unrelated. It was just a question. I was curious, but otherwise everything seems totally straightforward.
Other members of council? Okay. Seeing none, are there any questions for the applicants? They're on the call. Okay. Then I will look for a motion on this. Mr. Haywood, I might ask you to repeat what that 4th condition was, if necessary, but I will look for a motion.
I can move. I move to recommend approval of this site plan amendment or modified special use permit application, including the 3 expanded to 4 recommendations from the Planning Commission. So the 3 that are listed and then the additional 1 that Mr. Haywood just brought up, verifying the square footage.
Okay, I'll look for, there was seconded by Councilmember Babcock. Mr. Yaden, is that okay as described? Just because it wasn't written down before?
The record's sufficiently clear. That works for me.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. Is there any discussion on the matter? Okay. Then all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Mr. Bacon and Ms. Watson, if you guys could clarify your vote. Was that an affirmative? Okay, great. All those opposed, same sign. Okay, seeing none, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Haywood. Thank you for the folks that were on the call. We are now on to our next item, which is consideration of a site plan and special use permit applications from Green Peak Industries, LLC, Green Peak Innovations for the property at 3315 Coolidge Road to create an adult use marijuana retail establishment. And just as a point of clarification, I did the public hearing before the staff report. And the past one, I know that it's been kind of done both ways. Does council have a preference on hearing staff first or the public first? All right, then I will open it up for public hearing. Emily?
Okay, the first caller that we have is caller with the phone number ending in 052. You may now address council.
I have no comment. Thank you.
Okay, the next we have is caller with the phone number ending in 328. You may now address council.
Good evening. My name is Joe Neller. I'm the Chief Government Affairs Officer and co-founder for Green Peak Innovations, who's looking to get approval on a special use permit for our Skymint retail location for adult use marijuana retail establishment at 3315 Coolidge Road. I just wanted to give some brief comments on who we are as a company and our operation. So Green Peak Innovations is the largest medical holder in Michigan's marijuana, medical and adult use industries. We're a fully vertical operation with expertise in cultivation, extraction, and retailing of marijuana and marijuana products. We've been operational since October of 2018. We operate about 76,000 square feet of production space in the Lansing area, where most of the products sold at our retail establishment will be manufactured, with additional products being supplemented from other licensed marijuana businesses in the state of Michigan. We currently have 10 provisioning centers or retail establishments open throughout the state. 7 of those are licensed both for medical and adult use. So we have been operating in the retail space for over a year. So we have expertise and experience in doing these types of businesses with a high level of regulatory compliance, community safety, and security at all of our establishments. We operate 2 out of the roughly 12 or so operating locations in the city of Lansing itself. We are not yet operational for our 3315 medical license, Coolidge Road medical license. We are working through final steps to establish our certificate of occupancy with the city of East Lansing, and then hope to pass our state inspections and begin our medical operation there. And then quickly thereafter, pending approval by city council, move forward with our adult use operation at the same location. I know that there was a caller that had called in earlier worried about the impacts of the community. As I mentioned, we've been in the retail market for over a year. We have had minimal to no increases in crime in the surrounding areas. We've had no complaints from neighboring businesses or community members. In fact, if you've driven by that location, if you did not know that this was a marijuana retail establishment, there would be no outside indications that that's the type of operation we're running there. In terms of the impact on COVID that the opposition caller mentioned, we were fortunate enough to be deemed an essential business from the start. We quickly implemented all of the recommended CDC COVID protocols, including temperature screenings for all employees, increased cleaning protocols, use of face masks, social distancing. All of our retail establishments are curbside only, so there is no access to the sales floor. Registered patients and or individuals 21 or older go online, place their order, and get a text when their order is confirmed, and then show up to the retail location where an employee wearing a face mask and gloves comes out, verifies their identification, and brings them out their order, and they're on their way. The entire transaction takes on average 5 minutes from when the employee approaches the customer to when they're able to leave with the product. In terms of our social equity commitment, we have been advocating at a state level for a package of bills that would do automatic criminal record expungement for nonviolent marijuana offenses for activities that are now legal. We also have a brand partnership with an organization called the Last Prisoner Project, which is a nonprofit focused on criminal record expungement and clemency initiatives. We're specifically involved in a case for an individual named Michael Thompson, who's been serving 40 to 60-year sentence for selling 3 pounds of marijuana back in the early 90s, in 1994. So we're hopeful that we're able to...
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. We're hopeful that we're able to improve on Mr. Thompson's case and release him from jail. He actually has recently contracted COVID, so time is of the essence on that one. We have a number of other social equity initiatives that we're putting into place, including job training programs, scholarship funds for people that have been victims of the war on drugs. And then we allow all of our employees volunteer time to donate to whatever organization they deem worthy in the community. And then we're obviously looking for additional community partners in the city of East Lansing, including Haven House, which was mentioned earlier in this meeting. Thank you.
Thanks. I do have a couple of follow-up questions for you, but I might leave those for after the staff report and after we have the full public hearing. So thank you for calling in. I'm going to make a note of your number, however. Okay, Emily, next caller, please.
Okay, caller with the phone number ending in 697, you are now permitted to address council.
No comment on this application.
Thank you.
Okay, caller with the phone number ending in 744, you are now permitted to address council.
Pass, thank you.
All right, caller with the phone number ending in 286, you are now permitted to address council.
Pass.
All right, and then Rachel Sweet, you are now permitted to address council.
Pass.
Those are all the callers on the list. Thanks. Okay, I will put that over to Mr. Haywood, who is our staff contact on this item.
Thank you. So as Mr. Neller indicated, this is a special use permit for adult use marijuana product. Special use permit was issued by City Council in March of 2019 for the Medical Marijuana Provisioning Center component of it. And as Mr. Neller mentioned, their construction is substantially complete and their CFO is currently pending. And this request is consistent with that site plan and simply adding a product line to their floor. The Transportation Commission met on this and recommended approval, provided that the sidewalks that are proposed are completed, and the Planning Commission met in July, and their action was unanimous support for the proposal. With that, I would take any questions.
Is there any questions of staff? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I had a question, mostly just on marijuana in general, because this is, new to us. But in your staff report, the different chapters that you cited, is that from the city code on marijuana, or is that from the state statute on marijuana? The different, like, proposed height and all that stuff. That's our city stuff, right?
That's city code, yeah.
So the chapter, I'm curious about number 5, under the additional specific special use standards for marijuana retailers. The number 5 that dedicates $5,000 annually to a qualifying 501c3 organization. The types of organizations listed seem sort of, like all laudable, but a little bit unrelated to marijuana. Largely benefiting the residents of East Lansing and organized, operating exclusively for the purposes of improving lives of people with low and moderate income, conserving or improving natural resources, or preventing cruelty to children or animals. All great things, obviously. I'm just kind of wondering how the type of 501c3 that would benefit from that $5,000, civic good, I don't know, I guess because I wasn't involved with that discussion. Is that coming from the state, or was that our choice?
That's straight from our code.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a verbatim requirement in our code. There probably was a lengthy explanation at the time, but I can't recall specifically how those particular targeted groups are related to marijuana specifically, except that our community would benefit in positive ways as a result of the facility being located here.
Right. I mean, they're all great things, obviously. There's, great things that were left out of that list too that would seem, sorry, I didn't catch his name. The representative from the organization talking about, the criminal record expungement, things that are a little bit more related to marijuana. So anyway, I was curious how, cruelty to animals got in there, although obviously supporting lessening cruelty to animals. So, okay.
Yeah, and just as a comment, I think that was a discussion at council probably before you were on.
Definitely.
But,
Yep.
but I do agree with you, and honestly, one of the reasons why I was in favor of the original clause here was really to primarily help those that are affected negatively in our community from the war on drugs, and obviously I think that improving the lives of folks that are in income situations that are not advantageous is important as well. But really, I do agree with you. I think that is where that money should be going. I think other communities, Dana and I have had this conversation before, but other communities are doing donations to agencies like law firms that are helping folks with expungement, that are helping folks with drug charges free of charge, that are doing that nonprofit work. And there's a lot of other really good organizations that are doing that, not just in our community, but also throughout the state and the country. So other communities have done that, and we can certainly have that conversation and edit that language if we want to. Does anybody have any other questions for staff on this?
Yeah, my question's around with it being a retail in that area right there with the existing traffic patterns and that kind of stuff. I'm sure it was extensively studied and looked at initially. Was there any consideration there being any issues with retail in that spacing in that area where the traffic patterns are already really constricted?
Yes, they did submit a traffic study that was evaluated whether the traffic generated by the proposed use would have a negative impact in that area, and it was determined that that there wouldn't be significant impacts that would warrant any kind of redesign of the entrance or relocation of the entrance and that kind of thing. So it was studied, and they didn't determine that any changes were necessary at the time.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, I do have a question of the applicant. I believe the number was 328. Emily, would you mind letting, oh, that already happened. Great. So speaking of the clause in which you're talking about 1% of net profits or $5,000, whichever amount is greater, what are you doing to honor that commitment?
So we've had several meetings in every community that we operate in. As I mentioned, we have 10 retail locations, and then we operate in 2 other municipalities with our production facilities as well. We try and identify ways that we can be involved with community organizations that make the most impact to the local community. We've evaluated a number of them in preparation for getting open. This will be our 11th store. It took us some time. It was a ground up build. It took us some time to complete construction and get our certificate of occupancy, which we are very close to achieving. And during that time, we've spoken with the Greater Lansing Food Bank. We've spoken with Ending Violent Encounters. We've spoken with Haven House. We've spoken with several other organizations, and have just been trying to evaluate the mission of each of these organizations, and then the need, the level of support that those organizations already have amongst their donor base, and what impact the financial contribution coming from our business would mean in terms of the impact that it can help create. we're close to identifying who we're going to partner with, but we have not made a final decision. There are a number of good organizations, even outside of this. I mean, we spoke directly with the Greater Food Bank of Lansing last fall. We have almost 200 employees at our production facility and main headquarters. We did a food drive where people brought in canned goods, and I think we donated somewhere between 50 and 100 pounds to the Greater Food Bank of Lansing. I mentioned our partnership with the Last Prisoner Project, which is across all of our locations on a percent of sales on certain products. For June, the month of June, we did a Pride Month campaign where certain products, a percent of those sales went to Fair and Equitable Michigan, which is gathering signatures for the ballot initiative to add LGBTQ plus protections to the Elliott Larson Act. So we try and do these things everywhere, and we'll continue to do it, whether we're, held to it within a municipal ordinance or not, but we have not specifically signed up with a local organization based in the East Lansing area. We are leaning towards Haven House, but we have not signed in any formal agreement or made any formal commitment at this point.
Okay. Does anybody else on council have questions of the applicant? Okay. Thank you very much for coming in and talking to us. So I'll entertain either a motion on the council side, or if you guys want to have discussion on this, that's okay as well. But either way, I'm leaving it up to you. So discussion and or motion. Councilmember Babcock.
Motion to approve.
Okay, let's try to clarify that motion a little bit. So that was a motion to approve the special use permit application from Green Peak Industries for the property at 3315 Coolidge Road to establish an adult use marijuana retail establishment with the 26 conditions listed by the Planning Commission on this agenda.
Correct. Thank you.
Is there a second on that?
I'll second.
All right, it's seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there discussion on this? Okay, so I wanna give this opportunity for discussion again, because Councilmember Watson has brought this up when she was on Planning Commission, but I do think it's an important conversation to have in terms of like social equity when we're having these marijuana establishments. I think this organization did a couple of, I mentioned a few things that they're doing, which is good, and I think that our staff will be, I'm assuming, following up to make sure that that requirement on the 1% is met. Is that a good assumption to make? Getting nods.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I had comment too. For me, what's kind of not sitting well with me, I don't, as far as the giving and that portion of it, it doesn't feel intentional enough for me. It's not being in marketing and in sales and that type of stuff that's an extension of marketing at a certain point when you're giving and it's not intentional and it's not really directed to where the disparate impact is. Like it's not resting well with me. Just kind of the something in my gut that doesn't sit well. I don't see where the disparate impact was of the war on drugs and where, and I don't want to steal Dana's thunder on this because I know this is a position that she holds very strongly. It doesn't seem targeted enough for me, so I have just an internal objection to the flow of money. It feels random and it feels like just kind of checking a box, in my opinion. That's just my personal perception.
Sure, that makes sense, and I understand that. And the truth is that our ordinance right now, as Mr. Haywood said, that language is taken directly from our ordinance, and if you read it, primarily benefiting citizens of East Lansing, and as the Mayor Pro Tem pointed out, the explanation of who that would be benefiting might not be as targeted. So, speaking from just the perspective of where the box check happens, right, what they're required to do, I can understand that. And we, if it was the will of council, and I'm not saying this is something I'm in favor of, I'm just saying that we could, if we wanted to revisit that particular item in our ordinance, I believe we could do that. It would probably take a good amount of time. Tom, Tom Yaden, sorry, what was the, this is in our recreational marijuana ordinance as well as our medical marijuana ordinance, correct? That 1% clause?
Correct.
And Mr. Haywood, remind me of what the process would be like to reevaluate that or reconsider a change to that ordinance.
Well, at minimum, it's a zoning change, so it would have to go to the planning commission, public hearing, and then usually they hold 2 meetings on those deliberative processes, and then they make a referral to the city council. They receive it and then set a public hearing for a time later. So that process all the way through is 90 days, it's three months. And that's just hitting those dates.
Right.
That's including, if you wanted to hold some kind of public input session or other discussion meetings that may add time to that. One other consideration here is that with these facilities on the agenda, if they were to all be approved, we're going to pretty much saturate our locations for provisioning centers and adult use. So it'd be quite some time likely before those properties were to be freed up for either abandon the special use permit so that whether somebody reuses that property or looks for another location might be quite some time before that happens. So, the effort to change this might not affect the current or future facilities anytime soon.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Haywood. I really think that was getting to a point that I was going to make. But so I think right now, and we have a long agenda tonight, so I want to try and, ease into a lot of conversations. But, if we are not comfortable with that language, then, we could delay and revisit that policy. However, that would delay things a good amount in terms of getting approval for these properties. Councilmember Watson.
So I also think it's a both and. Like, I was at the meetings when we were talking about bringing the marijuana businesses in at the city council meetings. And I was in the audience, and I think the intention was also that we knew it was going to bring money into our community, and how could we gain, or how could we make that beneficial for other social service agencies, et cetera. And so we also just kind of missed the boat on really ensuring that our communities of color that were impacted the worst could benefit from this legalization. And so it's on this end, then it's great to hear from businesses that have that social justice equity lens, and to also ask for it from businesses that do want to come here. What are they doing on the social justice, or what are they doing because of the war on drugs to right the wrongs?
Okay. So Councilmember Babcock, you're muted.
Go ahead. I can hold off. Thanks.
No, so I'm just trying to gauge perception of council because I do want to keep the meeting moving. So is this something we're comfortable moving on now? I mean, are people, we have a motion on the table here. If we want to reevaluate things, then that's okay. But we, as I think Mr. Haywood put in a very good way, it'd be a very long time before another business would arise. And if we made a change, that was 90 days out after we had approved the special use permit with these conditions, then these conditions would be the ones that were applied under them. So it's kind of up to this council at this point to make that decision. Councilmember Babcock.
I'd be happy to either withdraw my motion or withdraw my motion and have the item tabled.
Excuse me. No, I had no issue with the motion. I just didn't want a situation where kind of the toothpaste is out of the tube. It's just the ordinance, or the ability to modify the ordinance down the road has really no issue with the nature of the business or them getting started in business. Just the ability to modify.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but Mr. Haywood, if you wouldn't mind, I mean, what you were saying was that if we approved this via these conditions, and we modified the ordinance after, for instance, or sorry, maybe this is a better question for the city attorney. Those modifications wouldn't retroactively apply to the special use permit. Is that correct?
They would not. The special use permit modifications, any modification to the code, if you want to modify the actual special use permit requirements, the property owner has to agree to those. They can be modified, but under the Zoning Enabling Act and our zoning code, the property owner has to agree to those. If you were broadening the scope of what they can use their money for, I suspect that they would be agreeable to that. So I don't know that that would be a big impediment to a modification later. So you could you could make the modification in the zoning code and then ask the property owners if they wish to modify their scope of their special use permit restrictions.
Thank you. Councilmember Babcock?
Thank you. Well, it sounds like we don't get many shots at this, and I think it's worth holding off. And again, I'm happy to withdraw that motion or make a motion to table it.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think I disagree. I do not like the way that our ordinance is written in terms of who benefits from that community good. However, I think this applicant has acted in good faith following the rules that were set out and has gone through the process, and I don't see delaying their special use permit, considering that they followed what was laid out, and also frankly considering that they seem to already be very cognizant of the types of public good that we are encouraging. And so whether they're doing it because we mandated it or they're doing it because it's part of their business model, I don't see the benefit in delaying this approval because we don't agree with the way that a previous council wrote one clause in the code. So
okay, I'll give one more opportunity. Councilmember Watson, did you have anything on this before we move forward with the vote then?
So we do have a motion.
Yes, we have a motion to approve based on this planning commission.
No, I'm in support of what they said. I was part of planning commission when certain questions were asked around the social justice, and I really specifically appreciated what Green Peak had to say about what they're doing, because again, the businesses don't have to do it, and they're doing it, and it's an ethical obligation, and I appreciate it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. All right, seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. We are now on to our next public hearing, which is site plan special use permit application from RGAB Enterprises for the property at 1950 Merritt Road to create an adult use marijuana retail establishment. And I will look to Emily to let in. This is a public hearing. You will get an opportunity to speak. If you don't want to speak, please go ahead and say pass.
Okay, the first caller is a caller with the phone number ending in 052. You are now permitted to address council.
No comment, thank you.
Okay, caller with the phone number ending in 697. You are now permitted to address council.
No comment.
Caller ending with the phone number ending in 744. You are now permitted to address council.
Pass, thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 286. You are now permitted to address council.
Hi, Michael Yasse, representing RJB Enterprises at 1950 Merritt Road. Would you like me to go through the intro presentation now or wait until public comment has been concluded?
You can go ahead and do it now. Emily, would you mind restarting that timer? Thanks. please go ahead.
Okay. Yep. So we're a fully vertically integrated cannabis company with a cultivation facility and processing facility currently in Harrison Township. Our first provisioning center location is at 1950 Merritt, and we're very proud of that because it is our first one and basically the crown jewel of our company. In terms of security, it is monitored 24/7, and we believe that we are making a positive impact in and around the location in a security fashion. I'll follow up more on this later, but our yearly donation has already been identified and will be going to Haven House. I also want to point out that since the COVID pandemic has started, we've hired more than 60 people, and we're one of the largest wholesalers in the state. In terms of the giving back, we partnered with Relief Michigan, and every pound sold through the store, we plant a full tree. We thought that this was a good idea to do because when we do better, the charity and the environment also does better. As per the $5,000 or 1% of net sales each year, we have identified and partnered with Haven House. We started this relationship with them quite early in the medical application process and have carried it through to today. We look forward to those donations going out to them and are working our hardest to make it as large as possible. We also have partnered with Habitat for Humanity. Unfortunately, the volunteer efforts have been hindered by COVID. To make a point that was previously brought up earlier, we purposely partnered with organizations not directly tied to cannabis because we think that we can accomplish helping such individuals and organizations through our hiring practices, community partners, and volunteer and educational opportunities. Our CEO was a caregiver who has pushed for support of reform and helping those negatively impacted by legislation related to marijuana in the past. We chose to open up our medical facility as quickly as possible, and that was done so on July 17th. We did this with the intent to show that we do actually care for medical patients in the community, and we did not want to hold off and open rec and adult at the same time, like recreational and adult use at the exact same time. And this would also give everybody an opportunity to come by, see the location, and see how we operate in general as a chance before approving this special use permit related to adult use. In terms of our social equity plan, I'm more than happy to go into detail on any one of our 4 main focus areas. The first being access to the value chain, the second being education, the third being legislation and advocacy, and the fourth being a good neighbor. Happy to answer any questions, but I know everybody's time is important, and I thank you for giving me the time here today.
Great. Does anybody have any questions?
I did have a question.
Yep.
Actually thought of it after we approved the other one. What are the hours of operation for the business?
J-
9 to 9.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure I'm still unmuted. It's 9 to 9.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Wonderful. Any other questions? Okay. Let in the next caller, please. We have them.
The next caller will be Rachel Sweet. You are now permitted to address council.
Pass.
And those are all the callers.
Okay, great. We have an item here, and I will hand it over to David Haywood.
All right, thank you. So although the location is different, the situation is very different here as compared to the previous application that we talked about. They are applying for a adult use special use permit. They already have their provisioning center approval, which was provided by council in March of 2019. The site plan is exactly the same. It was modified by council in October of 2019 to reconfigure some of the interior spaces to allow for a little bit more retail space. They received their certificate of occupancy for the provisioning center in June of this year. and are currently open and operating. The Planning Commission took action on this July 8th and recommended support unanimously. With that, I would take any questions.
Have any questions of Mr. Haywood? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Haywood. I would entertain discussion and or a motion on this item. Go ahead, Mayor.
I'll move approval. Hang on, I just want to make sure I'm at the right place on my agenda. Is it the same 26 conditions? Oh, only 24 from the Planning Commission on this one. So I will move approval of the special use permit with the 24 conditions from the Planning Commission.
Okay, looking for a second. Councilmember Bacon, I believe you did second. However, could you unmute yourself to verify that?
Second.
Okay, it was seconded by Councilmember Bacon, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Gregg. Is there any discussion on this item? Councilmember Babcock? Okay.
Just unmuting.
All right, then there's a motion. Oh, go ahead.
I wasn't hearing that there was direct work to repair the harm from the war on drugs. And so I would like to work with the group to uplift that. It's something that I value and that I would like to see in our businesses that are coming. And if I don't think I misheard, but it just sounded like there was a disconnect from the ethical obligation to what's happened with legalizing marijuana for businesses nowadays.
Okay, did you have a question of the applicant specifically? We could bring them back into the call.
Yes, I'll ask a question.
Okay, Emily, I actually don't remember what the number was, but 286, great. Councilmember Watson, go ahead.
And I'm sorry, I didn't get the caller's name.
Michael Yasse.
Hi, Michael.
Hi.
So Michael, we're a progressive city and we work towards righting our wrongs. Diversity, inclusion, and equity go beyond words in East Lansing. And I want to ask, will you actively engage in our crusade for social justice in policies, programs, and or support that repair the harm from the war on drugs?
Yes, Ms. Watson, absolutely. We'd be more than happy to connect with you in the future to be able to work on such initiatives and show you what we're doing at this moment in terms of our hiring practices and our educational material provided, and welcome your feedback on such efforts so that it can be in the purview of what you intend it to be able to become.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you. As we do have the applicant here, are there any other questions for the applicant?
I guess I am curious, since you've been open for a little while, and I think, are you currently the only operating marijuana facility in the city?
In East Lansing, yes, and for medical.
Yeah. How's traffic been? Is it like, how's it going, I guess? This is new.
Absolutely. So traffic has actually been pretty good to date. The only limiting factor is the amount of patients in the immediately surrounding area and the access to other locations outside of the area. However, in the exact instance, we turn away between 20 to 30 people each day because they're not allowed to come in and tour the facilities due to their lack of medical card. So we do think that we'd be able to better serve the population with the adult use license and give more access and educate people to consume the products properly once open for adult use.
Thanks.
Okay, great. There is a motion by the Mayor Pro Tem on the table, seconded by Councilmember Bacon. Is there any discussion on this motion further? All right, seeing none, All those in favor of approving the site plan and special use permit, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion is approved unanimously. On to our next item, which again is a public hearing. Okay, if we can get the caller out there. Consideration of application special use permit Gateway of East Lansing LLC, property at 300 West, to convert first floor retail space to a fitness center for residents and non-residents of 300 West Grand River Avenue. This is a public hearing. Emily, will you please let in folks that want to speak?
Caller with the phone number ending in 697. You are now permitted to address council.
No comment.
Caller with the phone number ending in 744. You are now permitted to address council.
Thank you. David Pearson on behalf of Gateway of East Lansing. I should mention that I'm very happy to be here for Councilmember Watson's and Bacon's first meeting. The mayor's remarks to the contrary, I'm not here at every meeting, but I'm very happy to be here at this one. What's proposed is a fitness center on the first floor at 300 West Grand River. And it's not an amenity for the apartment building alone. It's considerably larger than that. And what's proposed is not to have individual memberships, but rather to, there are lots of older apartment buildings in East Lansing that don't really have any amenities, fitness centers or anything else for their residents that the newer buildings have. And so what the owners of this building would do is contract with the owners of other buildings to allow their residents to use the facilities at this fitness center. That makes it, under your ordinance, a commercial recreational use, which is why it requires a special use permit. One thing I should mention is that for this space, I think there's always been long-term hope that there would be more retail in this area. And one of the advantages that the owners see is that because this will be done on an annual basis with the other building owners, it can be converted. So if in fact they're able to attract a retail tenant, they would then be able to do that. I'd be glad to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Other questions?
I do have questions, but are we done with public comment?
We are not done with public comment at this point.
Weird. I think I'll wait, and Pearson, if you stay on the line, and if you don't mind, that we can get to the public comment.
I intend to stick around. Thank you.
All right, great.
I do have some questions.
Thank you. Okay, then we will call him back in to answer a question a little bit later. Emily, would you mind letting in any other callers?
Yep, the last caller that we have on the line is Rachel Sweet. You are now permitted to address council, Rachel.
Pass.
And that's it.
Thank you very much. This closes our public hearing. So I'm gonna move it over to staff for their report, and then we can let the other member in so we can have questions of the applicant. Mr. Haywood.
Thank you very much. So yeah, as Mr. Pearson mentioned, this is a new special use permit for a fitness center for the first floor of the Gateway building. And it's proposed to occupy roughly 1,500 square feet, which is a portion of the first floor. The total first floor is around 6,400 square feet. Mr. Pearson gave a very good overview of the proposal. I would also add, though, that they are also contemplating opening a portion of the proposed floor plan for instructional use, like yoga or other types of instructional uses that would be open to the public. But other than that, I think that rounds off the comments on that. The Planning Commission took action on this at the end of June with unanimous support. And the DDA also reviewed this in July, also with unanimous support. And with that, I would take any questions.
Any questions? Yep, go ahead.
So how much of the square footage is currently dedicated to the fitness center?
1,500 square feet, approximately.
Out of 6,400?
Correct.
And then the possibility of opening up an instructional space would be into the unoccupied portion, or it would
no,
be
it would be part of that fitness center, part of the 1,500 square feet.
Okay, so there is still theoretically rentable retail space.
Yes.
Okay.
So just on that, there's currently a Big B Coffee on the first floor. And I think I don't know the total square feet for them.
Oh, so that 64 includes the space that is currently rented by Big B.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Got it. Okay.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions of Mr. Haywood? Okay.
My questions were for Pearson. I'm
Sure.
completely satisfied with your report as usual, Mr. Haywood.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have the applicant on the line. Are there any questions of the applicant? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, well, I don't have a particular problem with the fitness center. I think it's actually a fairly kind of ingenious use to contract out to the other apartment buildings. But I don't know. Vacant retail space is one of my big pet peeves. And the second paragraph from DTN, the space has been for lease with no interest in more than 3 years. We have found it difficult to attract tenants with the operating time restrictions. So I was wondering what the operating time restrictions were.
Okay. I can answer that or wait for your other questions.
Absolutely, go for it.
So when the special use permit was approved, there was, I guess, charitably, I would describe it, there was some confusion. But there were hour limitations on when the retail could be open. DTN managing for the owner had a lease set up with Conrad's, but discovered that they couldn't be open past 10 o'clock at night. So they lost the lease and Conrad's moved across the street and rented in the building across the street from this one. They managed to get the Big B's by dint of council changing the hours for the Big B's operation and allowing a longer opening time. But the time limitations that were placed on the special use permit for the whole building have made it difficult to get tenants.
And so at 10 p.m. is the upper part of that. What was the opening hour? Was it?
I believe it's 8 a.m.
8 a.m. Okay. So I guess my question, 3 years advertised with no tenants. The obvious question is, did you adjust the lease rate accordingly to become more attractive? And then how was that advertised?
I don't know the answer to either of those questions, and I'm sorry that Chuck Holman from DTN isn't here with me this evening. There's sort of a combination. The retail space that is west on Grand River, where this area is, as it is, has substantially lower rents than the ones that are farther to the east along the more heavily traveled section of Grand River. And I think the hope had been that there would be more traffic, frankly, down this way, which would draw more interest in the retail. But just, as I say, I don't know the specific efforts that were done, although I can tell you that if although they will make money through this arrangement with other apartment owners, I don't believe that comes close to what they would hope to get from true retail rents.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just that, I mean, that's kind of my whole point is that like they've committed to a lesser use that has a primary benefit of making their apartments more attractive to their tenants. Yes, there's a secondary use for other apartments and they're going to make a little bit of income off of it. But if you're willing to make less money off of a space, then why not just charge less for it and make it more attractive to a retail tenant? That's not directed at you. That's just my like personal retail leasing. So
right, and you and I and others have discussed that some of the rents that are open or that are offered for vacant space in the downtown seem strangely high, and often seem to leave spaces vacant for longer than they might otherwise be, and that's one of the reasons that I mentioned and why DTN's made a point here that they're still looking for retail tenants. And one of the attractions of this use is that it allows them to convert if they are able to find one. They did get Bigby's.
Yeah, and and congrats, and I hope it's working out for them. But if you could pass my personal opinion to them that if they're willing to take less income off of a fitness center, that they could become a little bit more active in attracting a retail tenant by setting their rent at a lower level. So.
I appreciate that. I'll certainly let them know. Thanks.
Thanks.
Any other questions of the applicant while we're on?
That was it from me. I'm done. Yep. Sorry. Rant over.
All right. I am not seeing any other questions there. Then thank you, Mr. Pearson, for being on the line and being available for it. I will ask that council either has discussion or I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. And just to clarify, Councilmember Bacon, that was a motion to approve the special use permit for the property at 300 West Grand River Avenue, subject to the 2 conditions listed in the Planning Commission referral letter of July 20th, 2020.
Correct.
Beautiful. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Babcock. Great. Is there any discussion on this item? Should say further discussion. All right. Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mayor Pro Tem Greg, you were muted at the time.
Aye. Yep. Aye.
All those opposed, please signify by saying the same sign. All right, seeing none, that passes unanimously. On to our last public hearing, consideration of a site plan special use permit application from CA East Lansing for the property at 1234 East Grand River Avenue to create an adult use marijuana retail establishment. This is a public hearing. Emily, will you please call in the folks that are on the line?
Caller with the phone number ending in 697. You are now permitted to address council.
This is Lance Bouldry. Thank you and good evening. This is Lance Bouldry with the Dykema Law Firm in Lansing on behalf of CA East Lansing on their special use permit application. I do believe that Mr. Jerry Griffin has also joined the list of folks waiting to speak here and can more specifically address charitable contributions and efforts of CA East Lansing and its parent company. So I'm going to defer to him on that point. But I did want to address the social equity issue right up front. This is a pretty unique industry in that in many ways the ethos of the industry itself is to help redress the impact of the war on drugs, fully acknowledging that that has had a very different impact on persons of color than others in this country. It is for that reason that when those of us involved in the industry were part of the efforts to draft the initiative that became the Michigan Regulation and Taxation of Marijuana Act, social equity was included as a required component of that statute. I don't know that all of us are entirely pleased with the way that has shaped out,
as the Marijuana Regulatory Agency has interpreted that communities of color more to mean geographical communities that seem in some ways to be a little bit disconnected from the original intent of the act. But it is absolutely the fact that a number of industry participants, including CA East Lansing, are continuing to advocate for meaningful requirements by the MRA, not just to create a check-the-box approach, but it is our hope that these social equity plans, that companies will be sharing them publicly, and that there will be somewhat of a, frankly, shaming of those that fail to address social equity in a meaningful way. We're trying to create, hopefully, a race to the top there. And so as part of the adult use licensure of CA East Lansing, we'll have a social equity plan that'll be specifically intended to benefit through jobs and targeted outreach and programs those persons who have been impacted by the war on drugs. With that said, just a little bit more background about the company itself. CA East Lansing is part of Compassionate Advisors, a vertically integrated company that currently has 135,000 square feet of cultivation space in Pinconning, Michigan, as well as a processing facility there, and is currently operating a provisioning center in Kalkaska. Also, of course, pre-qualified at this point for adult use. The caregivers who were some of the founders of CA East Lansing are well known in the state for some of the specific strains that they created and were tailored toward pediatric patients, and have been involved in studies, NIH grant funded studies with the University of Michigan Health System on assisting pediatric patients. The company does have primarily a cultivation focus, so this really will be the flagship facility here in East Lansing for the company, and we're very, very proud and excited about that. As those of you who have been on council for a while will remember, we did have floor plan modifications approved back in February that more easily enable the building to accommodate both adult use and medical, and the medical facility now is under construction. So with that, I can take questions now or defer until after the staff report.
We'll go ahead and defer until after the staff report. Thank you very much for calling in. Emily, would you mind letting the next caller?
Caller with the phone number ending in 100, you are now permitted to address council.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jerry Griffin. As Lance had mentioned, I'd be on the line as well, calling on behalf of CA East Lansing. First of all, I want to congratulate council members Bacon and Watson for joining council, and congratulations on your appointment. And I did want to echo, particularly as some of the comments that Lance made, as Councilmember Watson had brought up prior. This company is committed to the education and improvement of people's lives through the use of marijuana, and in doing so, in attempting to reduce the stigma that has long been placed on the industry and the punishment that has been placed on those who have been forced to serve time for what is I don't want to speak too broadly here, but ridiculous crime of, spending years in prison for a small amount of marijuana. And we certainly recognize that the disparity is in terms of the numbers of people of color affected by it. It's not just in numbers, it's in the length of sentence as well. And so we are absolutely committed to that. And Councilmember Watson, we look forward to absolutely sitting down. I'll reach out to you tomorrow to arrange an introduction and love to hear your thoughts. Lance had mentioned a little bit about the company, but I know you guys have been focusing a little bit as well tonight about the charitable giving. During our application process, we had reached out and have made a commitment to two local charities as outlined by the ordinance. Haven House and Children and Family Charities, two very well-run, excellent organizations that are committed to helping folks who need of shelter, people who are stricken with poverty, and helping them get a leg up at a time when they need it the most. We also committed to a $10,000, and we are committing $40,000 to each of those organizations annually, and then also made a commitment of $10,000 to the East Lansing Arts Commission. Now, the East Lansing Arts Commission is not a 501c3. They were not part of the language that the ordinance was directing these types of commitments to, but we wanted to recognize the commitment that East Lansing has made to the arts community in having this commission and having a dedicated funding source. We want to be a part of that. We also are adding a piece of public art to our facility. If you look at the rendering that you might have in front of you, you'll see a placeholder there. That is not what is going to go there. We are working with the East Lansing Arts Commission. In fact, I believe we are on the agenda for August 20th to go over a process by which we're going to have a competition involving East Lansing artists to design a piece for that facility. So I'm online here. Lance is online as well. We're happy to answer any questions. We look forward to meeting with the newer members of council, talking about our commitments, and again, look forward to doing business in East Lansing. Are proud to have been chosen to do so, and be happy to answer any questions that might come up.
Thank you very much. Emily, was that the last caller?
It looks like we have one more, which is Rachel Sweet.
Okay.
You are now permitted to address council.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. That closes our public hearing. I'll move it over to staff with Mr. Haywood.
Thank you. The proposed special use permit is for adult use marijuana retailer, of course. The city council granted their original medical provisioning center in April of 2019, and then modified that again in February of this year to reconfigure the interior to include all 3 floors, as Mr. Boldry stated. So basically what you see is exactly what was approved by council in February. The hours of operation are from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. The Planning Commission did meet on this in July and recommended support on a vote 7-1. And the DDA also met on this earlier this month with unanimous support. And with that, I would take any questions.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions, but I'm going to open up to council. Any questions they have?
One quick clarification. This is the only dispensary in the DDA district?
That is correct.
And by our zoning, it will be the only one, is that correct?
Most likely. I think the only other standard is the separation distance, and there's some question whether there's another parcel outside of that distance, but it's pretty close.
But it theoretically possible, but unlikely at this point.
Exactly.
Thank you. So this is the only one that we have on our agenda tonight that wasn't unanimous from Planning Commission. Can you give us a little bit of insight into why that might have been?
Yeah, so the comments that were made from the individual were related to parking, and that he felt that there wasn't enough parking provided, and that the plans have changed significantly from what they originally proposed. So I think that was kind of the gist of the comments. And I think there was some just fundamental objection to the proposed use.
Okay. All right, that makes a little bit of sense. I'll let the 100 number come in. I believe it was Jerry Griffin. If folks have questions for the applicant, that is all right as well. I do have one question. So we got an opposition letter, and we've gotten some opposition as well in general on marijuana establishments. But very specifically an opposition letter from Delta Sigma Pi or Phi. Has there been any reach out to them as a house or anything that any conversations that you guys have been a part of with them regarding their concerns?
Yes, I actually reached out, and thank you for that. I did reach out to the two representatives of the House who had sent a letter into council, indicating our desire and willingness to sit down and talk with them as best we could under current conditions. It certainly was our intention prior to the COVID pandemic to have a kind of individual meetings with the surrounding businesses. We understand this is an industry and a business that some people will look at a little warily, but the gentlemen that were involved in business, and frankly, I think anybody who's gotten involved in this business is committed to doing this right, because they not only believe in it, but also because of the perhaps wary eye that people will look at it. We want to make sure that we are good corporate citizens, good neighbors in a community, and are committed to making sure that we're a positive impact. And as I said, I did reach out to the two gentlemen from the fraternity. I had not received any response. But again, we would be happy to discuss any questions they have, any misconceptions they might have about. I saw a few things in their letter that weren't factually correct, but that's fine. We're happy to correct any of those things, and then just create a constant level of communication. We are their neighbor. As anything comes up, we want them to be able to contact us and say, "Hey, this is happening," or "We have some concerns about this," or "We want to make sure that everything goes smoothly." So yeah, we have done that, and unfortunately, they haven't chosen to respond.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Is there any other members of council that have a question of the applicant? Councilmember Babcock.
No, sorry, I have a question for Mr. Haywood.
Okay, that is all right as well.
Okay, then I'll unmute myself again. Mr. Haywood, we've heard from time to time concerns from the university about marijuana, and this is the closest marijuana location to the university. Have we heard anything from the university administration? I know at one point the university was extremely concerned about the amount of federal funding it gets and having marijuana in its proximity. Can you address that?
Yeah, so they didn't comment specifically on this proposal, but I think they were commenting on, I can't remember if it was the provisioning center proposals or if it was our ordinance in general. It could have been, I think it might have been our recreational ordinance. I think the interim president at the time approached council with objections about marijuana being available to students so close to campus. And it was more of a broad objection to the availability of it than any specific proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions of staff or the applicant that's here? Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain discussion in general on the council table or a motion.
I think just final comment for me on the whole subject. It feels, I consider this, just for the record and permanent record, I'm hopeful that these entities will, have the same approach down the road. I consider this an American gold rush, and I'm seeing a bunch of money left behind, particularly people who are impacted. And we'll see. It's just for the record, my concerns are around how long, once this takes hold, once it is what it is, how long will this good-natured business, public-private thing last, and how long before people are lobbying, removing these things once everything seems really good up front here, but it always does in business. And I don't feel like any of this stuff feels firm. And obviously the stuff, we're at the end of the road on this now, but I can say I'm disappointed in how we're arriving here with this, because I feel like in this community and in the country and in the greater Lansing area. This whole thing is a gold rush, and it's already, look at where we are right now. It's passing by the people who would have benefited most from something like this, who were disparately impacted, but we're now voting on it. But I just want to be on the record.
Councilmember Bacon, you were breaking up there right at the end, but I did get the gist of what you were saying. And just as a comment back, I was on the council that approved both of those ordinances, and I agree with you. I mean, I felt like, honestly, we were fighting issues that weren't, I wanted to be talking about, social equity and what we were doing. And I think that we got, a good clause in there on donations, but, I found myself fighting back on, issues of smokable versus edible marijuana. I didn't think we had a firm commitment at that point on the council to, fully embrace, I guess, this industry as is something that's going to happen in East Lansing, but also really address those concerns. So I'm glad that these establishments have committed to reaching out to Councilmember Watson and other folks talking about it. But I agree. I mean, you have a conversation and it's out here in public, and we're putting your best foot forward. But there's no requirement, right, on a lot of this stuff, and so it is a real hard conversation. I agree with you. I'd be happy to have a further conversation on the council table on, and again, it would be very unlikely that we get another establishment at this point if all of these are approved, but on change in policy. And I think that most of the people that have called in that were representatives have committed and said on, the record that they'd be willing to work with us on that, and they'd be willing to implement, other things that the city feels is a priority. So I agree with you. And I am nervous, honestly, but I'm hoping that we could work together to address some of those concerns. Any other comments? Okay. I don't believe there's a motion on the table at this point, so I will entertain a motion if there is one.
I can make a motion.
Okay, please go ahead.
Motion in consideration of a site plan and special use permit application from CA East Lansing for the property at 1234 East Grand River to create an adult use marijuana retail establishment. Is there additional I need to say here?
You had said motion for consideration. So I believe what you intended to say was a motion to approve the site plan and special use permit.
Yes, thank you.
Yep. And is that subject to the 26 conditions listed in the Planning Commission referral letter?
Yes, please.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Councilmember Watson. I will second that motion. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. I believe that was in the affirmative from everybody, although I didn't hear.
Yeah.
Great. And all those opposed, same sign. Okay. Seeing none, that passes unanimously. That ends our public hearing portion of the agenda. Thank you so much for folks that were calling in. I know it is difficult, and we're pushing up on a number of hours on this council meeting, but it is we're on Zoom, so we got to make sure that everybody gets the opportunity to talk. So I appreciate that. Our next item on the agenda is consideration of a Fifth Third Bank procurement card program with a credit limit of $1 million, up to $1 million. Justin is our contact.
Hello, Council. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yep.
Okay. So tonight we're here to discuss a procurement card program, or a P card program. Tonight we will be requesting that Council does approve Fifth Third Bank as the partner for this program, as well as approving a credit limit up to $1 million. I am joined tonight by Carrie Schmitt from Fifth Third. Emily, if you could pull up the presentation and unmute her number. The last 3 digits are 587, and I'll be going to her shortly.
I believe she is on the call at this point.
Okay.
Carrie's up. I'm just
Good evening.
presentation right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you
So-
for allowing us to join today.
Adding a P card program has been one of the city's strategic priorities for a number of years now, so we are excited to be able to bring this to you guys tonight. P cards are a pretty common method of purchasing for many municipalities already. Fifth Third partners with the cities of Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids. To get a little bit more local, the city of Lansing and Ingham County also use P cards. And the P card program is just going to shift how the vendors or how the city pays their vendors away from checks into card payments. This is going to help streamline the accounts payable process, especially as more and more payments are being online now. And with that more efficient process and less checks being cut, the city is going to be able to reduce the cost of processing accounts payable. Now, we will also be able to set certain controls on the card, such as a credit limit for each individual card, the store types that the cards can be used at, the frequency of use per card, dollar amount per transaction, things along those lines. And another major benefit of the program is that if we spend $350,000 annually using the cards, we will qualify for Fifth Third's rebate program, which they call their Magic program. And this will provide an additional revenue stream for the city. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Carrie to discuss more on the program and the estimated spend for the city.
Thank you, Justin. Good evening. So what I'd like to talk to you guys a little bit about is the program and how we came about, how we can go ahead and help you guys with the purchasing card piece as well as the e-pay piece. So if you could go ahead and flip to page 3 of the presentation for me. We're going to go ahead and get started with the numbers here pretty quickly, actually. If you could go to page 5, then I'm going to talk a little bit about what this includes for your program altogether. So we've got both an actual physical card, a plastic standard card that you would walk around with or have as a department card. And we've got actually the virtual card as well. So if you guys are familiar with those, here's some information on slide 5 is the descriptions, what kind of usage, the benefits that are there. So at first, what you want to look at is our plastic cards for purchasing and departments and special use.
Carrie,
Usually they're low dollar.
Sorry to
Yeah.
jump in. Emily, can you scroll back up a little bit more? This flag right here. Okay, go ahead, Carrie. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. So this is just a great comparison chart to, go along with what we're talking about. So the standard plastic cards that they'll have in their wallets and how those are used. They're usually used for low dollar purchases across the organization. We're going to be replacing the program that you currently have. So not a whole lot of change to the way that you're using at the beginning. This does come with an expense reporting module, so you'll be able to have visibility and controls into what you're seeing and how you're spending. And it's going to go over the differences between the two, but it is one program altogether. Some of the things that I wanted to point out with the spending limits on your standard plastic card is the overall credit limits are applied on both the overall credit limit as well as the individual card limits. We typically do a 30-day cycle for a billing, and then the repayment period is usually 25 days after that or 15 days after that, just depending on what you guys pick. And so what we do for the credit limit is we look at 2.5 times what you'll typically spend because we're covering for almost two billing cycles there. Some examples that we provided as just some credit limits that are currently in the program today. Anywhere in the Magic Consortium, it's $75,000 up to $3 million. And for specifically municipalities falling in the range of $500,000 to $2 million. As far as the approval process go, there's a review and approval process for controls that are placed before the transaction happens. And we use them to make sure that the transactions are appropriate and occurring based on the cardholder approvals. And they're predetermined in implementation. Like Justin was saying, then there's dollar amounts that can be dollar amounts or numbers of times that can be purchased. Even the places that they spend can be controlled. A couple of more things here on the virtual card side. We're going to go on that side real quick, and that is just virtual card, ghost card, vendor card. You've heard a couple of different names for this. It's basically a virtual credit card number that is used dynamically or fixed, so one time or multiple times for one particular vendor. What we typically do is the checks that you guys are sending out today for suppliers and vendors, those will be replaced with a card payment of a one-time use card, if you will. And it is highly secure. It mitigates your risk, and you can get a rebate on the amount of money that is put on the credit cards, and you guys will be able to take advantage of that through our rebate. What I'd like to do is to talk to you guys a little bit about how we came about, how much we can put on the card, the credit limit, where that information came from. So if I could have you go to the next slide here, it would be slide number, if you could go to page 7. So we took a look at your vendors and suppliers that you're currently paying today, and your accounts payable file that was given to us is $124 million in annual spend. There's 1,308 total suppliers. The majority of these were checks, and what we do is we go ahead and slice and dice the information in various ways to kind of come up with an idea of who we can put on cards so you can capture rebate for the vendors that you're already paying. So the results of that vendor analysis basically is that we found that we could put about 4.7 of the $124 million on a card. And out of that 4.7, 1.8 we already know is accepting a virtual card number, and they're basically like in our network. So we already know that we can capture that, and you guys would be able to capture that rebate amount just by changing the way that you're making that payment to them. And so the information that we have here is we took a look at different variables to come up with a number. So if you want to go to page 8 of 18, I'm going to tell you a little bit about our, I'm sorry. Yeah, page 8. So what we found is that page 8 will show your rebate schedule. We found that $4.7 million can be put on a card. Now, the Magic Consortium program, they are running between the $70 million and the $79 million mark, and you have payment terms that you're able to pick. So across the top, then you'll see 30 days of billing, and 25 days later, then a payment is due, and you follow that down to the $70 million mark. So if you were to pick those, the billing cycle and terms there, your rebate would be 1.35%. And same with the 30/15 and the 35. So you guys choose what that is. Part of being in the Magic Consortium is you get all of the aggregated spend for all the programs that are in this consortium. So if you would apply that to the, we'll just take this for example, the 30/15, your 4.7 million, then you'd be at 1.43. If you go to the next page, then we put everything down here for you. So we've got the number of supplier and payments and total spend. We took out $101 million for exclusions based on the vendor type that we know that is not going to be able to accept payments on a card. Then what we analyze there, what we feel like we can get on card. First day is $1.8 million. The total projected spend for the year would be 4.7, and we apply that at a 30/15 rate, 1.43. That's $67,210 back to you at the end of the year. So that would conclude my presentation. If you guys have any questions, or if there's anything else that we need to go over, Justin, if there's anything that you wanted to address as well.
I'm seeing a head shake from Justin over there, but I'll ask council members, are there any questions on this item for either representative from Fifth Third Bank or from our wonderful financial department? All right, I am not seeing any on this. Justin, did you have anything else, or George, do you have anything else on this item before we?
Just if you have questions.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the process. I appreciate all the work that went into this. Being a strategic priority and going forward and actually implementing are two different things. And I think that it's a great job by our staff. So thank you very much. I will entertain a motion on this item. And yeah, I'll wait for that.
I'll move it. I just have to pull it up on the right page of the agenda. I will move approval of joining the P card program with Fifth Third Bank. Would that be essentially accurate?
The suggested motion is approving Fifth Third Bank as the partner for the P card program and approve a credit limit up to $1 million.
Can we just say that I did that?
Great.
Cool.
It is seconded by Councilmember Babcock. Is there any discussion on this item? Great. Thank you, Justin. Thank you for staying on the line. Appreciate the comment and the presentation there. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Justin. On to our next item, which is the greetings tour mural, the Welcome East Lansing. Heather, thank you for being on the call with us.
Hi, yes. Can you hear me all right?
You can indeed.
Perfect.
Hope the little one is doing good as well.
Oh, yeah, she's sound asleep. So the Arts Commission would like to bring a greetings tour mural installation to the city of East Lansing. And this mural is in the strain of the vintage greetings from postcards, but obviously on a larger scale. So the opportunity was brought to council on October 22nd of 2019. And the original recommendation was for the mural to be placed on the Roadhouse Pub. The owners had approached us and asked for it to be on their building. And at that meeting, council requested that staff come back with other location options. So you'll see in your memo that the alternative location suggestion that we have for you is the dumpster shroud in lot 11, which is the Bailey parking lot. However, the Arts Commission recommendation to council is still to have the mural installed on the Roadhouse Pub. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Heather. And as the former liaison of the Arts Commission, I know this has been a discussion for a really long time. I'm glad to see it come to fruition. Any questions of Heather?
I know one of the concerns about placing it on private property was that there was initially not a guarantee from the property owner that if they, I don't believe that they have any plans to sell off that building, but that if that happens, that there would be protection for the mural. But I think we've we've solved that, haven't, if I'm understanding correctly?
We stopped the contract negotiations with them when council asked us to look at alternative locations. But one thing that Wendy Wilmers Longpree, the former Arts Commission liaison, said worked out with them is that it would be possibly on an ever decreasing scale. So if they were to tear down the building in, say, 10 years, they would refund the city a certain amount of money, the public art fund. And it would, so like if they did it next year, it would be more than in 10 years and that kind of sliding scale.
Do we have that info on this agenda item? You can see that when I was looking through the report.
I think that was my only concern. I think if I'm accurately remembering the discussion at the Arts Council, part of the appeal of this mural was the sort of welcome to East Lansing aspect of it, and having it on a wall that is facing a major entrance to MSU was an appeal in location. It's really kind of targeted to appeal to the selfie generation, people who are interested in interacting with their public art as opposed to just looking at it. So just for the rest of council's clarification on why that was the preferred location.
Thank you, Jesse.
Great. Any more discussion on this item? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Just may want to clarify which location council is selecting though, of course.
Sorry. Oh my God. I apologize. Yeah. I'm pulling it over now.
I can move to approve a contract with the Greetings Tour Incorporated in the amount of $27,700 to design and create an East Lansing mural to be located on the south facade of 122 North Harrison Road, the Roadhouse Pub, as recommended by the Arts Commission, and furthermore to authorize the city manager to sign.
Great.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Babcock. Is there any discussion on the item? Okay, great. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay, great. That is approved. Thank you so much, Heather.
Thank you.
Thanks for standing up for us, Heather.
Anytime.
Great. I am going to move on to 6.3, Ordinance 1489, an ordinance to change the name of the Human Relations Commission to the Human Rights Commission. This was requested of me to put on the agenda by a Human Relations Commissioner and the commission at the time. At their last meeting, they did not feel comfortable making that switch unless without doing their due diligence and looking into why the name was originally Relations. And so I will make a motion to table the ordinance at this point, given the fact that I wouldn't change their name without them being okay with it. So.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Babcock. I am assuming this is something that we're going to revisit at some point, but yeah. So any discussion on the item?
I have a comment.
Yep.
So I had mentioned before, when I was on Human Relations Commission, this topic comes up kind of often about why we're Human Relations and why we're not the Human Rights Commission. So hopefully also there can be some minutes or information pulled up to why we decided to keep the name, or the ideas were behind why they wanted to change the name. But it seems to come up frequently.
Yes, I agree with you. And as a former Human Relations Commissioner as well, and I'm sure Councilmember Bacon can speak to this, relaying to folks in the community, you know, what we're there to do and who we're there to help. I do think that, you know, oftentimes you say, oh, well, it's the Human Rights Commission, right? You clarify that, you know, so I 100% would have been willing to move on this tonight, but I understand if that commission wants to take a little bit of time. So
just can I add one additional comment? Yeah. I've always thought the challenge with HRC was branding and people knowing when and how, and how to use the commission, and a lot of it being around landlord tenant and other subjects like that. I don't know. I think most importantly that we clarify the mission and that people understand how to use HRC. I think that's bigger than what the name is at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree with that, Councilmember Bacon. In fact, one of the reasons why this is even part of the discussion is because, as the liaison to that commission, I had really thought that the mission of the HRC has changed so much in the past few years. And really what they're doing is not necessarily what was their original, guidelines to go forward with. So, I wanted to have a discussion at the HRC level of, maybe changing their mission, quote unquote, that's actually mentioned in the city. And so, I'm really hoping that conversation still happens. And, because I think they're doing a lot more than they used to do, whether it's, coffee and conversations, whether it's actually giving input on policy, whether it's, really just looking at different things through an equity lens in the city. I think those are all really, really good things that they're doing. And I do think that warrants maybe a little bit of a discussion on what their task is as a commission. So I agree with you on that. But we do have a motion and it's been seconded. Is there any more discussion on this? All right, great. All those in favor of tabling this item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Seeing none, that motion passes. That item is tabled. On to 6.4. And our staff contact on this is actually Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. During our discussion over the past, what are these? Excuse me. During the painful conversations we've had over the past year, it has come to the attention of some of us who were shamefully unaware that there have been incidents where some in this community have weaponized the police. In other words, have called police on people of color who were doing nothing other than living their lives. And we've seen national examples of this, and perhaps the best national example is the lady in Central Park who called the police on the gentleman who was bird watching. He asked her to leash her dog, and words ensued, and she called police. But instead of saying, "I'm having a dispute with a man in the park," she falsely claimed that he was threatening her life. The man was watching birds. They had a disagreement, but he was in no way threatening her life. It is painful and shameful to acknowledge that this has happened in East Lansing, yet it has. Hopefully, we will pass this ordinance, and in 10 years, people will say, why did they ever pass that? Because it won't have happened, it won't have been necessary, and it will be a thing of the past. Regardless, for the time being, I want to be sure that people are protected, that if you walk your dog in a neighborhood, that people don't call police on you, that if you have a multiracial family, police aren't called because one of your children is riding his bicycle down the street. So I truly, truly hope that this never gets used because it's never needed. But that said, this proposed ordinance would create penalties for someone who knowingly, intentionally calls police on someone who is doing nothing wrong and uses it as an intimidation factor against someone of a different skin color, of a different ethnicity, of a different religion. I'll field any questions or entertain a motion, or ask the mayor, to entertain a motion for support. Thank you.
Any questions, Councilmember Babcock? Councilmember Bacon?
Yeah, just for the record, that was a really good presentation, Lisa, on the subject. Just understanding the nature of those types of weaponization. I mean, that's the crux of what got people killed throughout our history. If we look at the start of any major racial lynchings, killings, things like that. It started with an accusation, unfounded and often false. So I think it's much more important. This is codified into our code, but just understanding the magnitude of those types of accusations and what happened before camera phones and that type of thing to capture the situations. And it's all throughout our history, and it's a devastating and disgusting history. And I just want to make that comment for the record.
Thank you. Any other council member comments on this or questions of Councilmember Babcock? Mayor Pro Tem?
Nope, I'm
Okay.
good. You want me to move it?
So I have a couple of comments just to speak to something that Councilmember Bacon said, and he talked about camera phones specifically. I actually think there's a great Will Smith quote on this that, basically says racism isn't getting worse, it's just getting filmed, where we talk about these really difficult conversations and folks that are doing things that really do, I think, warrant a conversation about weaponizing the police. And put police in situations that they don't probably want to be in, and honestly, we've had it in East Lansing. I've only heard anecdotally of situations, and I'm not gonna sit here and run through that because I might be inaccurate, but it's happened here, it's happened in a lot of other communities, and some of that's been very public, some of that hasn't, but either way, I think this is an important step, and I'm happy to support it. I assume that there is a motion from Councilmember Babcock.
So moved.
You are moving approval of Ordinance 1490, correct?
Correct. Thank you.
Seconded by Councilmember Watson. Any discussion on the item? Great. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Great. The motion has now passed. On to our next item on the agenda, which is 6.5, consideration of Ordinance 1491, an ordinance to amend or delete various provisions from the Disorderly Conduct Code. Mr. Yaden is our staff liaison on this. City Attorney Yaden, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. This was ordinance was inspired by council, asked me to make a number of changes to the Disorderly Conduct Code. I have done that. They're all highlighted in the ordinance for you. A lot of the changes are simply to, clarify some of what otherwise might be some vagueness in some of the ordinances. Some of them just actually go ahead and delete various ordinance provisions. There's a lot of changes. I don't know if you want me to go through each one or if that's sufficient as is.
No, I think that's sufficient as is, and folks can see the document. And I think based on some of the public comment we've gotten and some of the comments from other council members, I think that this item will probably be deferred. So I do appreciate that and your willingness to sit with us until 11:20 and be willing to go through the ordinance.
Sure.
I do have a comment on this. So based on what we've heard back from HRC, again, I really want to stress that I want this to be a council of action. I want us to do things, and I was very much originally, in favor of kind of moving forward with this and then revisiting changes later. I'm cognizant of, some things that some folks said in regards to certain clauses here. I'm also cognizant of the argument that, changing things in regarding to retraining our officers, that makes sense to me as a concern. So the next HRC meeting would be on the 2nd of September. Is that correct, Mr. Lahanas? That'd be the first Wednesday of the month.
I don't have the date of the HRC meeting.
Okay. I believe
that is what Acting Chair Honey said in her comments.
Okay. So, and I believe and of course we have to notice special meetings via Zoom, and we've been doing that very regularly, but we did have an original meeting set on the 8th of September, which would be after, I assume, that meeting. Just as a point of clarification, we don't officially have that meeting on the calendar, right? Just because we would have to give notice of a special meeting via Zoom, correct?
Correct.
So, Mr. Yaden, would you be able to clarify for me if I were to want to defer it to a specific date, given the fact that that meeting is not on the books, I can't do that, right?
You can do it, just make a motion to defer it to the first regular council meeting or regular special council meeting. I think you've been referring them as in September.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Reason why I want to do this is because I do think this is something that we need to act on. I want to give people time to process, and I think a month and another HRC meeting is fine by me. To get that input, but it is something that I want to put a priority on moving forward. So I want to, rather than just tabling the item, I want to set a specific date that we be revisiting it. That way there is intentionality behind saying we are going to address this. This is the day that we're going to address this. So I'm going to make a motion then to defer to our first first special meeting of the City Council regular in September. Is that all right with you, City Attorney?
It works.
Great. Can I get a second? If there is one.
A second.
That was seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion on the item?
I want to clarify that if we defer it to that first meeting, it's very likely that we will not pass it at that first meeting because there will be a lot of edits and a lot of changes. And then that will have to probably go through the city attorney to make sure that it meets, legal requirements and precedent. So deferring it tonight means that we probably will not pass it until late September. So I just don't want to create I'm in favor of deferring it. I think council member comments created an expectation of a certain level of public outreach, and that ended up not happening. In general, I think actually I would like to see things if we've kind of talked about going through other parts of our code as well. And if we identify which parts of that are the next part that we're going to work on, I think identifying any of our commissions that might have expertise in that area and putting it to them for comment first before it comes to us. I think in general, the reason that our site plans start with the Planning Commission, I believe that's state legally mandated, but it does create kind of a nice continuum of workflow where we have people who have a more specific expertise in that area, vet things, make sure it meets expectations, and then they pass it on to us. And by the time we get it, it's in a much more complete form. And I think that relying on our commissions when it's appropriate is something that I'd like to see more often. So it was an oversight not to put this out for public comment. I think we, worked on it in good faith, and I think we could pass it tonight and it would be an improvement, but delaying it until that first meeting and then likely actually having to wait for one more meeting in order to have it be a passable form is I think the right decision for tonight.
Okay, any other comments? Yep, Councilmember Watson.
I have a comment. I just wanted to mention that I'm in favor of removing the parts that talk about, or if a female and exposing their breasts. It's quite progressive, but there are campaigns to free the nipple, and it is for women, and it is about our rights to show our chests similar to males. And I'm not asking for that, but I am asking for the removal of the parts that talk about if you're female and exposing your breasts.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any other comments? Alrighty, seeing none. All those in favor of the motion, which again was to defer the item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Great, that passes unanimously. We are now on to our next item, which is 6.6, anti-racism, diversity and equity inclusion training. Elaine, this is all you. Thank you.
Good evening. I am here tonight to talk to you again about the approval of the RFP and contract award for the diversity, equity, and inclusion and anti-racism training. The approval of this RFP and contract award will represent your investment toward a more equitable and inclusive city organization. It would be our jumping off or our starting point in the first phase of our 18-month-long process towards an anti-racist and anti-discriminatory city. Emily, if you have the slide presentation. Thank you. Thank you. And we can go ahead to slide number 4. And we can keep going. There you go. In July, the DEI work group headed by myself that includes our HR director, Shelley Newman, our library director, Kristen Shelley, our fire chief, and our court administrator began the process of researching the methodology and best practices for looking at an RFP that would speak to the decisions that we were making as an organization to become anti-racist. And so part of that was having an opportunity to speak with other government organizations, the city of Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County, DEI professionals in the region, as well as other nonprofits that would help us inform how we would orchestrate our RFP. And so in the mid of July, we put out a call for RFPs and we received 5 responses. We can go to the next slide, Emily. We've received 5 responses, 3 from out of state and 2 that were in state. The 3 from out of state included New York, Massachusetts, and Texas. We got some pretty interesting responses back to our RFP, but we were really looking for something that would speak to where we were hoping to be as an organization. So if you would do the next slide, Emily. We wrote a very robust RFP that had really kind of 11 areas that would include the scope, included in our scope of services. And they ranged from obviously delivering the diversity, equity, and inclusion training all the way to building capacity for staff as well as council to begin to look at how we operate through an equity lens. And so if you will go to the next slide, Emily, we, as I said, had a pretty robust request for RFPs. And as we went through the process, we as a committee unanimously chose, and you can go through to the next slide, Emily, unanimously chose this outfit called the Truth and Titus Collective. And the thing that spoke to us with regard to the Truth and Titus Collective, you can go to the next slide, was really their approach. And they talked about facilitating the transformation of an organization that required us as individuals to do the work, right? We have a lot of people that can put very slick proposals together to talk about doing DEI training that would just check a box. Well, this outfit's approach is really to start with the individual and work outward in the organization. And so we, as we continued to examine this RFP, we felt that the Truth and Titus really was the organization that spoke more clearly to the scope of services that we put forth in our RFP. And so I am hopeful that you have an opportunity to kind of really look at this approach that they have. And while it is resonating throughout the country, the work that they are doing with regard to kind of creating this cognitive dissonance and really creating safe spaces for people to have engaging and courageous, messy, uncomfortable, productive conversations is really where we were hopeful that we can be from a jumping off point. And I clearly heard, to harken back when we first started talking about this process, Councilmember Greg saying that listen, we need to talk about stuff. And this model will create an opportunity, not just for the council and the leadership of the city organization, but once we begin to build the capacity for our leadership, it's gonna filter down through the full city organization. You can go to the next couple of slides, Emily. And so you can see that this is really kind of really still talking about their approach, which we felt was really more in line with what we wanted to do. So if you would go ahead and go to slide 14, what I have is kind of the itemized budget for what our capacity building and DEI training looks like. And you have a full cost proposal in your packet. And then the next slide, Emily, just really kind of talks about what the planning looks like for the training. So our phase 1 training will go from September 2020 and will continue through December 2021. So we're not looking at, you know, kind of a check the box, you know, DEI training in this calendar year, and then we'll come back and maybe do 2.1 the next year. We're really looking at providing some intensive capacity building and laying a foundation so that we can get to our full cultural alignment that we talked about. This is going to be an investment. It's going to be an investment of resources financially, and it's going to be an investment of our time as staff and city leaders. You can go to the next slide, Emily. So there's a couple of opportunities for us as we look at how we might talk about paying for this. We looked at allocating the resources over to budget cycles for this current fiscal year and the next one. We do have an option to kind of pay for it on a monthly basis. And I thought that this was a really significant point to make. We're looking at putting our full staff through this capacity building to go through a cultural realignment. And what it averages out to be about $19 per person for our city staff over the next 15 months to do this work. And, you know, while we look at things as, you know, kind of, you know, what is our return on investment? I just feel that we're in a position at a city right now that we don't really have an option, right? We really can't afford not to enter in this kind of critical work. And so if you want to go to the last slide, Emily, I think. If you have any questions, my hope is that you would have an opportunity to look through the full proposal from the Truth and Titus Collective and look at the scope of service that we asked them to provide and just approve this request for funding this particular investment in our city culture. And I'll take whatever questions you have.
Thank you very much, Elaine. Do we have any questions? All right. I'm not seeing any. I'd just like to say, you know, I think this is really important. I'm looking forward to learning a lot about myself, my own biases, and really looking internally as an organization to how we can become a more anti-racist city. And that goes for everybody in our organization. So I'm glad to see that our staff is fully included in that, because I don't think it's just us. I think it's everybody. And I think that this is important to do. You know, and I know that, you know, folks definitely have concerns and say training's not everything, and I agree with that. I really do. I mean, there needs to be action taken going forward, but I think to address our own biases that happen in the city, and really just to move forward as an organization that is committed to equity, this is important. And you know, this isn't something, at least for me, that I'm looking at that we do when we pat ourselves on the back and say, yay, we're an equitable city now. And I know that the work does not stop with this, and the work will continue throughout this very long but needed process. So I'm glad to see this on the agenda. Elaine, if you wouldn't mind, just for the pure fact that I feel like I need to ask it, in terms of cost perspective, what were the ranges in which we got before? I think this organization is great. I did a little bit of research on them before, and hearing some of their testimonials and some of their experience is really cool. But do we have kind of a general cost estimation?
So for this particular proposal, it is $153,000.
Yeah.
That and might be a little more, $153,000.50 or something along those lines. which was the total cost of it. I think that cost proposal should be in your packet.
Yes, no, and I honestly, I was more asking about like consistency through the RFP responses. Like, was that the general around that level of cost?
So the RFPs ranged anywhere from $63,000 to $153,000. Like they were a pretty kind of a broad range of proposals. And really, we looked at the ones closely, all of them, but really, some of them really just offered training virtually. And so that was what really kind of made some of the difference between, where we landed with the Truth and Titus Collective.
Okay.
I had all of the actual the proposals written down, and I don't see it here. Sorry about that.
All good with me. You absolutely do not have to go through and list off each proposal and the details of it. Maybe if I could just get them sent after to the rest of council, I think that'd be.
And I can definitely do that for you.
No, again, I'm in support of this. I think the organization that was listed here, not only just speaking on a lot of their staff, and the experience that many of them have in this work, but also I think the comprehensiveness of what this training will offer in terms of not only for leadership, but also our staff, I think is really good. So that's my comment. I'm in support of this. But does any other council member have questions or comments?
I think speaking to the media about this and having Elaine in charge of something like this, having obviously worked with her in other capacities, and just knowing she's going to do, if they were wanting this to just be some type of module system thing like that, you hired the wrong person. She's going to pick something excellent, and it's going to be transformational, and it's going to be work, and it's going to be all those things. So I think that's just how it is, and that's who you've hired, and I want to support her because I know it's going to be impactful, and it's going to be more than just some type of module system where we check it off and feel good about ourselves. I think there's going to be some transformation because it appears to have some work that we're going to be putting into it. So I'm excited for that work, and I want to just thank Elaine for her commitment to really vetting these things and finding us the best system for this.
And I do want to say that the DEI work group really went through all of the proposals that we received as a work team, and it was the unanimous decision for Truth and Titus Collective from that DEI work group. And Mayor, just so that I do have that information before us. We had proposals that range from $43,750 to $153,052.50. One for $117,450 and one for $91,339, and one did not submit a budget.
Okay. And has this organization done things like this for a city before, or a large organization like this?
They have done work for Michigan Works, for a large nonprofit in the Grand Rapids area, and the third one is escaping me. So yes, this collective actually is a group of individuals who did race and equity work as a organization, and the nonprofit that they were associated with lost funding. And so this group of individuals who happened to be a group of whose owners happened to be Black and queer brought together a collective of individuals who are all across the country as facilitators and trainers, and created the Truth and Titus Collective. So they have experience. Particularly, I would love to make certain that if you get a chance to look at the RFP, that you look at the depth of experience from the resumes of those individuals that submitted for this work. They have done things internationally and have worked with all types of organizations.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Any other comments, questions? Okay. Thank you, Elaine. Thank you for your work on this. I think this is important. I will entertain a motion at this point then.
Move that we enter a contract with the Truth and Titus collection. I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. Truth and Titus organization for diversity training with a contract of 150. Please help me out, Ms. Hardy.
$153 and $52.
$153,000. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Watson. All those in favor of the motion? Oh, sorry. Is there any more discussion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Great. And all those opposed, same sign. All right. Seeing none, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Elaine. Thanks for sticking on the call with us. Our next item on the agenda, our last item on the agenda is, oh, sorry. We do have, sorry, one more. The 6.7, consideration of a resolution creating a temporary police oversight commission. I'm actually going to hand this over to Councilmember Babcock, hopefully for a quick explanation on this.
Thank you. This has been under consideration for some time. However, it could use improvement. In July, we received a letter from council that deals with police employment issues, and we have some changes to that because it didn't get put up on the agenda due to one glitch or another, and because people want more of an opportunity to weigh in. I respectfully request, or I respectfully move, that we table this item without a specific date.
Great. Is there a second on that motion? Okay, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion on that? Okay.
Maybe just some clarification.
Yep.
On what was just stated for myself. And
so I believe the original intent was to actually, I don't believe it's to have this item on the agenda, that it was originally going to be taken off. And I think that there was a slight error in putting items on and off the agenda that honestly was a very simple mistake. And so the motion was to table just because I didn't have the necessary changes on there that Councilmember Babcock had wanted to talk about before. So go ahead, Councilmember Babcock.
Right. And this remains a priority. However, the origin of it is, I originally drafted this before, I began thinking about it before we created the study committee that will create a police oversight commission. I had drafted it before the study committee was seated. So I know now that we have a window where we will have a panel that will be able to respond to complaints about police misconduct. I am confident that our mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and every member of this council is going to be sure that items are addressed. The reason for moving it forward anyway is to give the study commission a little buffer in case something happens. It gives them, if they don't get their work done in exactly 6 months, we have a little something that's a placeholder. This was always intended to be merely a placeholder for what they come up with, and for more, it was always intended for more public input. However, due to a glitch in it being on the agenda, not being pulled down, I'm just asking that we put this off for a month. I wouldn't do that if I didn't have every confidence that the study committee is going to come up with something great and that this council is committed to dealing with these issues. There's no point in rushing through something tonight that doesn't take into everything into consideration. Excuse me, I'm tired, my speech is. Because I know we're going to work on it.
Perfect. Perfect
Great.
explanation. Thank you.
Great. Any other comments, questions on the motion? Actually, was there a second on the motion?
I believe I seconded it.
Yes, actually, thank you for reminding me of that. Okay, there is a motion on the table to table and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Great. We are now on to our last item on the agenda, which is the emergency declaration and the requirement of masks in our downtown as an extension. George, I'll move it over to you.
Yes, so as we mentioned before, the mayor declared an emergency under our new ordinance on Friday. The declaration of emergency included an additional rule or regulation implemented on Monday that required the wearing of masks in the DDA district. That both the declaration, the emergency, and the rule have to be reaffirmed by council within 7 days. So that is on council's agenda for your consideration and hopeful approval. If you have any questions for me or the city attorney.
Are there any questions on this? I have a couple of comments, but are there any questions? Okay, then actually I will open it up for comments for other individual council members, and I'll reserve to make my comments at the end here. But thoughts on this and moving it forward?
Moving it forward, meaning extending it?
Yes.
Yeah, I think, I was one of the council members that was fairly lukewarm on this to begin with, but partially from being on those MSU reopening calls, I think there's a great benefit to having sort of a culture of containment, I guess, let's say, in place as students arrive back in town. I think if we can kind of start as we mean to go on, really kind of just encourage safe socialization wherever we can. And even though technically speaking, it is already part of the executive order that people should mask when they are in situations where they're not able to socially distance, that's not the behavior that we're seeing downtown from groups of kids. I don't want to call them children, they're definitely adults. But especially, people who might not have seen each other for the summer, there's not a lot of consideration of keep maintaining that strict 6 foot distance. So I think if we can kind of just really encourage this to be the normal for now, that there's a great benefit to that. So I would gung ho, let's go for it.
Any other comments on this? Go ahead, Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. I support the requirement of masks downtown, even outdoors, because we've all been downtown. We've seen how close people can get on sidewalks when we have the large crowds. And as I said before, sometimes law is made for the lowest common denominator. I think most people are going to do the right thing and recognize that they're protecting not only themselves, but others, and the civic virtue of that. And there will be people for whom we require a law. So for that reason, we're going to do a lot. Thank you.
Thanks. Other council members? Watson or Bacon?
Yeah, my comment is just in support of kind of the frontline workers and first responders and all those people who could be exposed in the healthcare systems. The gentleman earlier in opposition mentioned that the cases were low inside of Sparrow and in our local healthcare system, but adding that type of numbers to the population in rapid succession could easily overrun our healthcare system if we had another outbreak and didn't do certain steps to mitigate that. So my consideration is for the frontline workers and first responders primarily, and hopefully giving some consideration to the business owners downtown, that our clarification would lead to less confrontations and things like that with young people, just kind of showing that we're in solidarity with the people with the downtown business owners. So those are my two considerations. So that's it.
Thanks. Councilmember Watson, go ahead.
I just wanted to say I'm in support. I just remember how crowded it gets when the students start returning, and it's easier to talk about wearing masks than to ask people to keep 6 feet away. And I don't like wearing the mask myself. I actually don't meet a lot of people that like wearing their masks. I like wearing my lipstick, and my kids make fun of me because the inside of my mask, you can see like where my lipstick marks are. And then people, you know, they can't see my lipstick because I have to wear my mask. But I just appreciate those who wrote in and shared their thoughts with us. It's a tough time right now, and I hope that we can get through it sooner and support one another. And that's by wearing our masks, even out in public outside in the DDA area.
Thanks. So I'll make a comment on this. So I've received, some people that have reached out to me in support of what we put in place so far, and some people that have had some concerns. And I think the conversation that we're all in this together has happened a bunch of different times, and it still rings true. I think having consistency from on campus to off campus into our downtown area, at the least our DDA district, makes sense. MSU is requiring masks, and that is in indoor and outdoor spaces on campus. And so I think it is apt that we do the same. And I just want to say to people, and this might not be the most politically correct thing to say, but this is a small ask. And I really believe that. I understand that it is inconveniencing for folks. And of course, we have provisions in there and exceptions for medical issues and other situations in which you can't wear a mask. But I think this is such a small ask of folks to make sure that other people in their community are safe. And I think that so many people have spoken out and just said, please wear a mask when you can't distance. This isn't something that is radical. This isn't something that is, outlandish. This is just something that's necessary. We need to keep people safe. And so, I'm just imploring people in the community, take yourself out of it for a second and really understand that we are going to be all in this together. And if we follow these, guidelines that the governor's put in place, if we follow these guidelines that, we've put in place here, we can get out of this situation in a good way. But that takes everybody, and that takes action. And in this case, where people really, we've seen it happen socially distanced in our downtown, and with the expectation of many, many people coming back into the community in thousands, and people that are going to be in our downtown and that aren't going to be able to socially distance, this is necessary. And so, I'm obviously in support of this, but I just ask the community to really heed this as a necessary step. So I appreciate everybody that's called in, and I just, we got to get through this together. So thank you for that. I'll look for a motion. Mayor Pro Tem, you are muted currently.
So, and I also just realized I'm not on the right part of the agenda. Okay, so just move extension of 1489.
I believe it would be a, go ahead.
I'm wrong. Sorry, I haven't scrolled down far.
Go ahead, City Attorney.
The proper motion is a motion to approve policy resolution number 2020-5 with the dates of August 7th inserted into the title and into the now therefore clause as well.
Okay, I think I found it. So I move to approve policy resolution 2020-5, a resolution concurring with and consenting to the mayor's August 7th order establishing rules for the DDA district. Is that, do we need to put an expiration on it, or is that?
Put the August 7th date in the now therefore clause as well.
So approve as written with the addition of the August 7th date in the final paragraph.
Is that acceptable, City Attorney?
Yes.
Great. Look for a second on that.
A second.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Watson. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Seeing none, that motion passes unanimously. We are at 11:59, right under the wire. Thank you guys for sticking with us. I know this is a long meeting. Appreciate everybody.
Welcome to council, you guys.
Yep. Sorry, apparently Dana, I lied to you. This was a long meeting, so that is my bad.
It's for a reason.
Gotta tell the truth, Mayor. You gotta snack up. Gotta get your blood sugar up, please.
Great.
Yeah, more next time.
All right.
Thank you, everybody. We are now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.